on June 13, 2024. And this meeting now is called to order. And now we will have a roll call to determine a quorum. Terrence, if you will, can we get a roll call?
It's the roll call vote for the June 13th, 2024 Little Rock Planning Commission meeting. Brown?
Here.
Art?
Here.
Hodges?
Here.
Lunday? Commissioner Lunday? McDonald?
Here.
Person?
Here.
Samad? Commissioner Samad?
Here.
Baxter?
Here.
Ogle?
Here.
Russell?
Present.
Vickers?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right, we'll move right along. We all had a chance to read the minutes. So at this particular time, I would like to get a motion for approval of the minutes in a second.
Move to approve the previous meeting's minutes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Terrence, if you will, we can get a roll call for that one.
Brown?
Yes.
Hart?
Yes.
Hodges?
Yes.
Lunday? Commissioner Lunday? McDonald?
Yes.
Person?
Yes.
Samad?
Yes.
Vogel?
Yes.
Baxter?
Yes.
Russell?
Aye.
Vickers?
Yes.
Minutes are approved.
Thank you. All right, well, moving right along. Before we hear the reading of the consent agenda, I would just like to say, if you're on the consent approval agenda and your item number gets moved to the regular agenda, the process, you will need to stay, because if there's someone in opposition or an approval for yours, you would definitely need to stay. I know the last meeting, I think we had an item that the party left, the applicant left, so we could not hear it. So just to let you know, if you're applicant and your item was moved to the regular agenda, you will need to stay for the hearing, okay? And also, we have a number of items tonight, so we want to make sure we move accordingly. We want to respect your time. We want to respect the board members' time up here, as well as the city. So we're going to move accordingly on this, and we understand it's a packed room tonight, so we're going to make sure we can flow smoothly and everybody stay in accordance with the agenda, all right? So at this particular time, Monty, if you can provide the reading of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, before I start on the consent agenda, we have the applicant on item number 35 would like to come to the podium and request deferral of that item.
All right. If the applicant for item number 35, please approach the podium and please state your name.
I'm Kelly Tucker, and we would just like to ask for a deferral to the July 11th meeting.
All right, so we got item number 35Z-10-002, the Total Land Corporation. And so if we're going to have a deferral on that, I guess we can get it.
We'll add it to the consent for deferral.
We will add it to the consent, okay. All right.
Chairman
Yeah,
Vickers,
we'll do the voting then, thank you.
Chairman Vickers, when that motion is made, that would be at the cost to the applicant in regards to noticing, and that would count as a strike against their deferral requests.
Okay, all right. Well, we just made that, I think the city attorney just made that one for the applicant. Just for the record, this will be at your expense, and this does count as a mark for your, since this already came to the meeting and on the full agenda. But if you have any questions, feel free to give the office a call, okay?
Even under staff recommendation, I defer because of a fire issue.
Yeah, I mean, let's, Monty, go ahead and speak on this, please.
Mr. Tucker, what it means is you're allowed 2 deferrals. This is one of your two deferrals.
Oh.
Is what it means.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right,
Okay. Ready now.
floor is
Okay.
yours.
Following is Little Rock Planning Commission consent agenda for June 13th, 2024. First of the items on, to be put on deferral or withdrawal. Item number 2, Z4159C is being withdrawn without prejudice at the request of the applicant. Item 4, S1963 is being deferred to the July 11th agenda due to further legal issues. The deferral will not be charged to the applicant. Item number 5, Z9972 is being deferred to the July 11th agenda as the applicant failed to complete notifications as required. Item 6, Z9974 is being deferred to the July 11th agenda as the applicant failed to complete notifications as required. Item number 7, Z9975 is being deferred to the July 11th agenda as the applicant failed to complete notifications as required. Item 22, Z9999 is being deferred to July 11th as the applicant failed to complete notifications as required. Item 24, Z9987 is being deferred to July 11th as the applicant, at the request of the applicant. Item 27, Z10001 is being withdrawn so the applicant can file a PZD application on the property. Item 32, Z5817N is being deferred to the July 11th agenda as the applicant failed to post the notice of public hearing sign as required. Item 33, Z7667B is being deferred to the July 11th agenda as the applicant failed to complete notifications as required. Item 35, Z10002 is being deferred to July 11th at the request of the applicant. And item 36 is being withdrawn at the request of the applicant, and that's Z9985. Next are the items on consent approval. Items 1 and 8 have been moved to the regular agenda. Item 10, Z6911A, Local Fares Exchange and Storage PCD, south side of Baseline Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested PCD zoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D, E, and F, and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 11, S867J10, lots 8A through 8E, Tract 1, Chenal Valley, revised preliminary plat, near the northeast corner of Chenal Parkway and Rawling Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested preliminary plat, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E, and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item number 12 has been moved to the regular agenda. Item 13, Z9881A, Community Living Number 2 Group Home Special Use Permit, 1925 Perry Street. Staff recommends approval of the SUP request, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E in the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 14, Z9882A, Community Living Number 3 Group Home Special Use Permit, 2111 Aldersgate Road. Staff recommends approval of the SUP, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 15, Z9883A, Community Living Number 4 Group Home Special Use Permit, 2117 Aldersgate Road. Staff recommends approval of the SUP request, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 16 and item 17 have been moved to the regular agenda. Item 18, Z9886A, Community Living Number 7 Group Home Special Use Permit, 2516 Riverfront Drive, Unit Number 1. Staff recommends approval of the SUP request, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 19 has been moved to the regular agenda. Item 20, Z9993, Marsh Cemetery Conditional Use Permit, 600 Jabbo Lake Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested CUP, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 21, Z9996, Phillips Duplexes, Conditional Use Permit, 3017 and 3019 West 15th Street. Staff recommends approval of the CUP, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 23, Z5836A, rezoning from POD to O3, 11523 Fairview Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested O3 rezoning. Item 26, Z10,000, rezoning from C3 and I2 to C3, 5924 South University Avenue. Staff recommends approval of the requested C3 rezoning. Item 28, Z3292I, Parker Automotive, PDC 12801 West Markham Street. Staff recommends approval of the requested PDC zoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D, E, and F in the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 29, Z4257A, Lorax PDR, 1505 Welch Street. Staff recommends approval of the requested PDR zoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Items 30 and 34 have been moved to the regular agenda. Item 37, Z9986, Taylor STR2s, PCD, 8411 Ferndale Cutoff. Staff recommends approval of the PCD zoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 38 is the final item on consent approval. Z9997 Paranova LLC STR2 PDC, 15 Oakwood Road. Staff recommends approval of the PDC zoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. And item 39 has been moved to the regular agenda.
Thank you very much, sir. If we don't have any questions or comments from the commissioners, I will entertain a motion for the reading of the consent agenda.
Move for,
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as read and with all staff's recommendations.
second.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Can we please get a roll call for voting, please?
Brown,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hodges,
Yes.
Lunday, Commissioner Lunday, McDonald,
Yes.
Person,
Yes.
Samad,
Yes.
Vogel,
Yes.
Baxter,
Yes.
Russell,
Aye.
Vickers.
Yes.
Consent agenda is approved.
Thank you, sir. All right, if your item was on the agenda and approved, you are more than welcome to leave. We would love to have you stay, but you are more than welcome to leave now. And if your item has been moved to the regular agenda, of course, you would definitely need to stay. So we just give just a brief minute so everybody can get out that their item has been on the agenda. Also, while we're waiting here, we have a number of items that were moved to the regular agenda. So we will have the regular agenda as it stands. So we will have number 40, item 3, item 9, 25, and 31. The progression afterwards will be in numerical format. So we will have item 1, 8, 12, 19, 12, 16, 17, 19, 30, 34, and 39, okay? So we will move right along to the regular agenda, and before we get started, we actually have a presentation of the downtown master plan, and I'm going to turn this over to Brad, and Brad is going to bring on the presenter for the master plan. Brad?
Well, we need to first check, see if the Sasaki is on.
Okay.
Hi, I'm here.
Hey, Josh, there you are. The floor is yours. We've shared the screen. Can you see if you can pull it up and see if we can see everything?
Yep. Just give me a second. Can you all see that?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. Well, thank you all for having me here today. I'm really proud to present on behalf of the Sasaki team that's been working with the city and the community over the past year to complete the downtown master plan. Very excited about the progress that's been made and excited to share that today for tentative approval. So what I'm going to do today is recap the planning process, describe what's in the plan, define the vision and big ideas, talk about implementation, next steps, and then talk about how the public comment period, which was open and is now closed, some of the comments that we got and how those have been addressed in what will be the final plan. So just to recap the downtown master plan process, we were given the boundary, which is on the screen today. And that really is a diverse series of land uses, neighborhoods, infrastructural patterns. And our task was really to define a vision for the next several decades, but also to come up with some real actionable steps to move forward with in immediate term. Given that this was really one of the first planning processes focused on downtown in quite some time, I think it's important to step back and understand what really is a downtown master plan. First and foremost, it's a vision for tomorrow. It's a representation of the community's comments that we have taken and molded into what we see as a representation of that vision. It's a roadmap for investment. It's an alignment of multiple departments and multiple initiatives into a single idea and a single series of steps to move forward with. It's a confirmation of values and goals. And it's a detailed list of projects, programs, partnerships, policies, so very broad spectrum of ideas and implementation. And it's meant to be implemented over both a short, medium, and long-term series of timelines. Our process started last year, in which we engaged deeply in a number of community conversations, some very broad, some much smaller, in which we gathered people's concerns, people's hopes and aspirations for downtown. Those were then taken and used to craft a series of big ideas. That middle image is really a board from one of our initial public meetings that started to present some concepts that aligned with some of the ideas that we were hearing. And then most recently, in the past several months, we've been incredibly focused on taking those big ideas and developing specific implementation strategies, be it policies or projects or partnerships, as described earlier, that would help move this project towards implementation. Throughout this process, we ensured to go back to the collective values that were given to our team to ensure that every big idea and every strategy developed is in pursuit of those values. And in that process came up with measurable metrics that our team has put forward so that as the plan is implemented over the course of many years and decades to come, that those metrics can be tracked if the city so chooses to do so. All of these strategies have a series of action steps associated with them. And really the charge is from our team was to come up with a plan that has a clear path towards being implemented. So we've been really at work since last September. You can see how the phasing of the project on the top aligned with a number of very regular community meetings in which our team was there. Many of you participated in that process, and we're very grateful for that. And the goal throughout this process was really to ensure alignment between the suggestions that our team was making and the desires that we were hearing from the community. Overall, I have to say I work in a lot of places, and the engagement on this project was quite remarkable. We had almost 2,000 survey responses. We had almost 700 public meeting attendees and 18 focus group meetings that had dozens and dozens of people at them each time. And so we feel like we had a really a diverse and representative audience throughout this entire process. That we think really guided the plan that you see today. A couple of big takeaways from our initial process and are fundamental to the plan itself I think downtown has a remarkable geographic setting on the Arkansas River. The downtown is the center of culture for all of the state. The concentrations of cultural institutions is amazing. And these attributes can't be replicated. They can't be replicated across the state. And so you have a real wonderful starting point in downtown. However, when we looked across comparable cities, one of the key things that we found is that the downtown density is nearly 4 times smaller than other comparable cities. And so there's just not that concentration of people that really provides the clean and safe and vibrant environment that a lot of people wanted to see. And so a key recommendation coming out of this master plan is to really focus on strategies that would help double the population of downtown Little Rock in over the next decade. There's also a large amount of available and underutilized land, lots of surface parking lots, lots of underdeveloped publicly owned land, be it city, state, or federal. And so there's a presentation and an opportunity for a lot of infill that actually is in support of that first big takeaway. Additionally, the civic infrastructure in downtown, which is filled with a lot of very passionate individuals, needs to coalesce around a central vision. A lot of people are doing a lot of different things, and what we tried to do through this process is bring alignment among those parties involved to ensure that we're all beating to the same drum. And so just a couple of big takeaways that are in the master plan document. A real focus on institutionalizing economic development tools, a focus on the Arkansas River and open space, the idea of turning the city back towards the river, a focus on infrastructure improvements, particularly in the streetscapes of downtown, an emphasis on events and programming to really celebrate the culture and vibrancy of downtown, a residential population that is far lower and really figuring out how to increase the supply of housing, which is, it's not that there's not demand for that housing, it's really not supplied. An emphasis on the River Market area and really taking advantage of the removal of the I-30 off-ramps to create a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for public realm investment, a proposed network of trails that really build off all of the individual trail networks that are happening and really connecting those together, and then really celebrating downtown as an epicenter of history and culture. That has a huge potential for placemaking and tourism. So those are the kind of key takeaways. The master plan itself is just north of 200 pages, core pages. There's a number of technical appendices associated with those. The 6 chapters outline our technical analysis, our engagement process, the scope and development of the plan itself, and then are centered on key 4 big ideas and 45 individual strategies that are very, very meticulously outlined. All of those are around a vision for downtown, really focusing on Little Rock as the heart of urban life in all of Arkansas, a safe and vibrant hub for history, culture, activity, recreation along the banks of the Arkansas River, really positioning downtown as with a constant pulse of activity, highly desired place to raise a family, to work, to socialize, because it is a diverse and inclusive collection of neighborhoods and people. And so that's the kind of North Star of the master plan itself. The values that we heard throughout this process of welcoming and safe, authentic and diverse, vibrant and prosperous, livable and people-focused, sustainable and resilient, and dynamic and connected really serve as the litmus test for every single big idea and every single strategy. If we think we're achieving these values, then we think the strategies are on the right track. The 4 big ideas are really centered around mobility, transportation systems, multimodal transit, fixing some issues around vehicular circulation, et cetera. Culture in the idea of tying together cultural institutions that exist downtown, really leveraging on those to create opportunities for partnerships. land use, and really thinking about how we establish a clear pattern of neighborhoods within the broader downtown context, and then public realm, ensuring that we have the sort of infrastructure of public life needed to really provide for that increased in population that we're calling for. And so I'm going to walk through each of the big ideas. The first we call tapestry of neighborhoods, and this is about building off of the existing character and really focusing on establishing a clear set of identifiable neighborhoods. And this influences the way we think about land use and zoning policy, how we think about branding, signage, and wayfinding, how we think about prioritizing nodes for investment in things like streetscapes, and really focusing on building off of concentrations of existing energy. To really ensure that everybody within downtown that lives now and everybody that would live in the future is within, a 5-minute walk of the types of amenities that they might want to live next to. The next big idea, which we call the Rambles to the River, is really around stitching together the larger open space network in the center city and moving people from the southern neighborhoods to the river, really tying together the existing, some of the existing park space into a continuous green loop around the city that really takes advantage of some underutilized land. Locating new opportunities for parks and open space, and a series of green streets that run through the downtown, really serving as an armature for that quality of life that I mentioned earlier. The third big idea, which we call loop, stitch, and reconnect, is really around repositioning transit and transportation networks to connect people from where they are to where they need and want to go. So there's some big ideas in here around the creation of things like a bus rapid transit system that loops through downtown, connecting the cultural institutions and major job centers to the western suburbs. Some ideas around building off of the streetcar and potentially extending with new forms of shuttle mobility to neighborhoods like Soma. Really evaluating some of the functionality of the street right-of-ways within downtown to right-size them for the amount of traffic that they hold, things like that. And the last big idea, culture as catalyst, is around positioning existing cultural and historic assets as a catalyst for growth. As I stated at the beginning, there's a real synergy and a real concentration of these cultural assets. And so making sure that those are fundamental to the plan. And so there's some big ideas around a cultural loop that would be a continuous move of branding, wayfinding, and public realm upgrades that would connect some of these cultural institutions together, as well as a number of policy recommendations and program recommendations around how to strengthen community vibrancy within the downtown area. And so all of those big ideas ultimately coalesce around an implementation chapter, which is really formulated through the lens of what we call the 4 Ps. Those are projects, policies, programs, and partnerships. And each one of these elements is critical to implementing these big ideas. And so the implementation chapter really focuses on the sort of surgical steps needed to be taken to ensure that these big ideas come to life over the coming years and decades. At the center of that is what we call the roadmap. And this is really outlining the various specific strategies in terms of how they fit into a spectrum of immediate, 0 to 2 year time frame, short-term goals and projects, medium-term ideas, and long-term ideas. And so we understand that there are some major initiatives in here, and we understand that those take many, many years, if not decades, to come. And we've clearly outlined that. In addition, we've outlined what types of things need to happen before other actions can happen. And fundamental to that is this idea of the creation of some economic incentive toolkits, which we've facilitated some conversations at the local and state level to really rethink how economic incentives are provided to really attract what we would call institutional capital and institutional development, which seems to be missing from the market. And that really is the impetus for a lot of the ideas of growth that are presented within the master plan. Each one of the big ideas and the strategies are also organized around a series of goals. I'm not going to read every single one of these, but these goals really relate back to those metrics that I talked about earlier, ensuring that we're giving you all, the community and the city, a series of tools that you can look back and track and say, we've done that, or we're halfway there, or we're doing well in that metric. That's important from our perspective in tracking the success of the overall master plan. And so again, each one of those big ideas has those goals and metrics established for it. All of that comes together around what we see as both an ambitious but also a very pragmatic vision for downtown Denver, downtown Little Rock, one that leverages the amazing assets of the Arkansas River, one that ties together some amazing cultural institutions through public realm upgrades and green corridors, one that positions a series of pretty exciting projects like the 30 Crossing Park at the front of that implementation strategy, all while thinking very strategically about how this layers up together to ultimately create what we see as the master plan framework to be implemented over many, many years. We've also outlined a series of focus areas, and these are meant to demonstrate how a number of these strategies often overlap with each other. And by really focusing on where these overlap and putting our energy towards those zones, there's an opportunity to really create a series of catalytic areas within the downtown. The first of that being 30 Crossing Park, which we see as really probably the keystone of this plan, really tying the River Market to the Clinton Presidential Center, really taking advantage of the infrastructure upgrades that have been made there and really positioning an amazing new public realm that could be surrounded by redevelopment opportunities that both take advantage of some publicly owned land, but also take advantage of some of those economic incentive tools that we've also outlined in our master plan. The riverfront vision is one of a series of tangible steps that look towards strategic infrastructure upgrades on streets like La Harpe and other perpendicular streets that are connecting to the river but don't seem to make it all the way there. Really looking at redevelopment opportunities that take advantage of some underutilized lands and publicly owned lands along the corridor. And then really outlining a series of programs and policy steps that would incentivize certain behaviors of existing property owners on the riverfront to potentially open up facades and really look at programming and activating the riverfront itself. The West 9th Street corridor was one that when the interstate was put in was really chopped up by the alignment of it. And so this plan looks at reestablishing some of the street grid that was taken away, presents opportunities for new development as rearrangement of certain intersections get considered, as well as presenting opportunities for cultural partnerships for ideas such as a Black entrepreneurship and incubator hub in concert with the Mosaic Templars Cultural Center. And then the last focus area is the land by the state capitol and the Arkansas Children's Hospital. Really, we see this as an opportunity to serve as a gateway to the western suburbs and western neighborhoods, presenting a sort of counterpoint to the 30 Crossing Park and the Clinton Center, this being the kind of western green space of downtown, focusing on redevelopment opportunities close to the Children's Hospital as a major job center, and really providing activation in an area that historically has been quite inactive. And so all of those focus areas and big ideas are sort of laid out through a series of strategies that I mentioned. This slide just shows you one example of what is about 60 or 70 pages of very specific strategies and action items. And so this being the first one, you can see the kind of organization. We have a timeline, we have funding sources outlined, we have partnerships outlined, who owns it as a lead implementer versus a supporting implementer, and then the series of action steps that need to take step to ensure that this moves forward. And we're happy to announce that some of these things have already started to happen. I think the city and the downtown partnership are doing a remarkable job in sort of moving these forward as we're still wrapping up the plan. The draft public comments, we had recently just closed our public comment period after our final public meeting. And I think what we heard, we had about 110 comments online, and plus some commentary that we gathered from our public meeting. Many of the comments were largely supportive of the strategies. Here's a couple of quotes from that. And I think we're very excited to see that the work that we've done seems to be resonating with the public at large. There were a couple of concerns outlined in the public comment period. Here they're sort of listed out: alignment of the master plan with the upcoming sales tax, concerns about gentrification in neighborhoods south of 630, better speak to the LGBT plus community as part of the downtown fabric, concerns about tourism and promotional recommendations, clarifications on the Downtown Parks Conservancy strategy that we outlined, expanded scope to capture developments both east and west that are already happening that would influence the study area, a clarification on who's on the implementation committee, and concerns about the specific designs of 30 Crossing Park. And so just wanted to clarify how those have been addressed in the final master plan itself. So we've added a few elements that have kind of come to light towards the end of the process that really align with the sales tax conversations that are happening, including the proposed indoor sports complex, and have laid that out as a specific strategy that aligns very clearly and really quite well with the area of the 30 Crossing focus area and some specific strategy recommendations. We've added the Broadway Bridge LED lights that are outlined in the sales tax. We've modified several of the strategies to address the concerns on tourism and promotion. And we've added some specific policy recommendations related to gentrification and the like. Additionally, we've addressed the Rambles to the River strategy in clarifying the Parks Conservancy, and the overall City Parks Conservancy was very interested in clarifying that role. We've expanded the scope of the vision and framework plan to include several of those developments. We've clarified the positions of the implementation committee through multiple conversations with city staff and elected officials. And then, as some of you may know, the city released an RFP specific to the 30 Crossing Park area. And so those specific design details will be worked out in subsequent design processes. And so the recommendation is the approval of the downtown master plan, subject to any suggested additions or revisions that are suggested tonight. And happy to answer any questions, and just want to thank everybody for participation in this process. It's been a wonderful opportunity for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sasaki, and for the outstanding Downtown Little Rock Master Plan presentation. Did any of the commissioners have any particular comments on it or questions or anything? Commissioner Vogel, I know you've seen it several times, so.
So I
Commissioner
would
Brown?
say the first time that I saw this presentation was 2 days ago when it was sent to the Planning Commission. I do not feel that it is prudent for us to make any kind of recommendation, or especially not a vote this evening. I think this issue should be tabled for at least a minimum of a month so that we all have time to review it, digest it, make a list of comments that can be submitted to the presenters, and then have a separate meeting either in July or August to discuss it further.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brown, go ahead.
Well, I want to start by first echoing Commissioner Russell's concerns about the time. And I guess my other question is to Mr. Brooks or to staff. I mean, just full background, my background is a management consultant. So I've written a whole lot of decks that look real pretty like this. And I love the idea of what it's talking about, but where's the responsibility for implementation? Is that the Sasky firm? Is that the city? And what are we actually voting on here? Because I mean, again, it looks real neat, but I don't understand what we're actually approving when we do vote on this.
Agreed.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Hodges, go ahead.
Well, I agree with the previous two speakers. I don't think this is something we are prepared tonight to take a vote on, or at least I'm not.
Thank you. Did any other commissioner have any other questions? Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a question for the permanent staff. I mean, trying to tie together these three sets of comments that were just given by the commissioners. Approving this plan doesn't mean that we're going to execute this plan every point. It means that we approve it, the work was done, this is the roadmap. It can be amended, correct?
Yes, it can. The way that any plan happens in the state is it's analogous to your master street plan or your land use plan. It comes before the Planning Commission for recommendation to the governing body. So that's the action you would be taking. And it can still be modified from there to the governing body. Ultimately, it's the board of directors that approves through ordinance to enact the plan. But it does come before the Planning Commission. As far as implementation, it is not the consultant's responsibility for implementation. Once the plan is approved in its final form by the governing body, then it is up to administration and the city board to allocate whatever is needed, funding, staff, bid what is needed to follow the plan through whatever schedule that is. Of course, that is also contingent upon funding availability, budget preparations and avenues, but you have to have a plan to start to see where you need to be. And as Josh also explained in there, the city funding is not the only avenue or means of funding for this plan. They've also talked with several entities at the state, and if Mr. Holmstrom is in here, actually, he can speak a little bit more to that if you want to hear more about that. So this is not, the plan is not to be fully funded by the city. This is to be a partnership in multiple facets to get the funding available to take the plan to fruition. And it's not a 1 year and done plan. This is a multi-year plan with tasks and ideas and things to implement that is obtainable rather than something that is out there that we may not ever implement. Gabe, if you have anything to add to that, you are more than welcome to.
Yeah, no, I think, thank you, Director Collins.
I'm sorry, Gabe, could you, as you're speaking, could you please state your name for the record and then proceed?
Gabe Holmstrom with the Downtown Little Rock Partnership, and Jamie and I co-chaired the planning process over the course of the past 9 or so months.
All right. Did any of the commissioners have any questions for Gabe or comments? Commissioner?
I do.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Which one?
Oh, well, I didn't, who all had their hands up? Jeremiah, go ahead.
Me.
Yeah, the floor is yours, yes.
So my biggest questions are substance. The presentation that we've had tonight, it was, and also to address some of Commissioner Baxter's comments, the presentation was very colorful. It's very political. It's very advertising, but there's not a whole lot of substance to it. I don't feel as though the Planning Commission has enough information at this time to make any substantive recommendations based on the content that we received. I don't think it's prudent upon us to make any sort of vote until we've had more time to digest the master plan as it's currently being submitted, put together some recommendations, and have a discussion on what those recommendations should or should not be to the consultant before an actual vote is taken. And Director Collins, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we vote tonight, this is not going to come before the Planning Commission again. It's going to go straight to the city board of directors for their input and a vote. So I think we, as a commission, need to table this issue, take the necessary time to digest, discuss, make our own recommendations before it gets sent to the city board.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jamie, let me ask you a question here. As a governing board here, the Planning Commission within the city, we're not here to make recommendations about this master plan. Like, we're not here to change anything.
Well, we are because we were asked.
Our authority on this issue is simply looking at it, making sure it fits in the guidelines and not breaking any rules, and we're following, policy. And if that passes, then we're here to make a vote on it. Am I correct on that, or am I incorrect?
You're a little correct on both of those. The commission can make comments to any plan that is coming before them. But all the recommendations that has been implemented in the plan has come from all the public meetings that's out there. And we have made that aware to even the commissioners and the public and neighborhood associations to actually be part of that program. So what you are reviewing is a culmination of those comments. So this plan is from the area, from the businesses, the people that it would directly affect and indirectly affect. And so, yes, this is a part of the process. If, after the Planning Commission vote, it would go directly to the board at the most opportune time that they could hear it for it. But that also means that the Planning Commission can review it and make recommendations on there as the Planning Commission for a plan. And I would just suggest that a motion be placed before the commission by one of the commissioners for an action and voted on for what y'all would want to do, either pass it and send it to the board of directors, or defer or table to the next Planning Commission meeting, because we are also bound by time on this. We need to have this completed prior to the start of our budget sessions for the year, so then implementation. So that July timeframe, 1st of August for the board, is where we want to be finishing up this process. And that was the task given by Mr. Holbstrom and I and this management when we've done the contract and when we finished it. So we are on task and on track for the plan. So that's all that I'd ask for the commission to do.
Yeah, and I don't want to prolong anything, and I'm sure any other commissioner would not like to prolong anything. And obviously, we won't let everybody, have a full understanding if they didn't understand the plan. But my question, another question that I had was directly, if say, for instance, land use, and we decide, well, that's not a good implementation that we feel that would be good for the downtown master plan or the city, is that something we cannot, as a governing body here, change that goes to the board and they will make amendments? Is that correct?
That's correct. If there's any, and we're already looking at that, so that would follow a downtown master plan adoption. So anything that would need to align with that plan, we would go back, staff would go back and look through all the zoning, modify any zoning of the property that's located within our jurisdiction, because some of that is within the state's jurisdiction to do around the Capitol.
Gotcha.
And then we would make those recommendations, come before the board for a change of a land use plan or a modification of predominantly the urban use or the UU district, and then follow that up later with the board, and it would be aligning with the adopted plan.
Thank you, Jamie. Commissioner Brown, go ahead.
So, Director Collins, I guess if I'm understanding you correctly, then our vote on this plan is not really an approval of changes to in and around the city. It's just us saying, yes, it was done and it sounds neat. I mean, is that all we're really voting on? And any other details have to be voted on individually at a later date? Am I hearing that correctly?
Well, you're hearing that the plan is that. I would not just describe it as neat. I think it's an
Yeah, I
excellent
mean, a
plan.
little more than that, but
For that, but I do understand your intent. There was a lot of hard work that went into this and a lot of meetings to do that. But yeah, that's what you would be voting on and passing. The technical aspects of the actual implementation still comes in sequences as it is implemented to do the plan, from even adoption of consultants to do design work to implement some of the actions of this plan through that program. So, and different aspects would come before this commission and others would not. They would go directly to the board for approval for contracts and those natures. But you are correct in looking at and reviewing the plan. That is what this body is here to do, to look at it, look at what the general intent of the general growth, protective of life, safety, health, and welfare. Is this a plan that is viable and good for the downtown? That's what you would be looking at and voting on today.
And so if we vote this evening and approve it, we have given up our right as a commission to influence the future of this plan. It goes straight to the board of directors and then it's out of our hands until something necessary comes back to us.
Well, it's not giving up of your rights. That is your right to do this process and vote on it. It's also the commission's duty to request a deferral for, like I said, that to the next either a special called meeting, if timing is not allowed, or the next meeting, which would be the second week of July.
All right, we had
Chairman Vickers, I was just.
Commissioner Hart, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if we're truly being asked to give input and help the process or enhance the plan, a deferral is the best step. If we're being asked to just rubber stamp it and send it along to the board, as far as I know, it's already on the board's agenda, right? I mean, the mayor's already commented about it in public, and he loves it, and so if we just need to pass it along, we can do that. But if you're really looking for valid input from this commission, I think deferral is the best, at least 30 days. So Jamie, are you really looking for input from us on the plan, or do we just need to send it along and it's primarily the board's responsibility to approve this?
We are actually looking for input for the planning commission. So it's, when we sent that stuff out, that's why Mr. Brooks went over all the public input. You are looking for, did this go to the meetings? That's what, when we have something come before this planning commission, one of the things that is brought up here is, did you meet with the neighborhood, associations? Did you do that? They did. So this is not a plan that did not go through a long process to get to the point that it is. And yes, the mayor did speak about general time frame as far as looking to go to the board, because we do have a time frame that we're looking to get it adopted in so that we can start that implementation process. And so, like I said, it's before the commission for action. That is the commission's choice. If I may take a little privilege, there is a board member, Director Peck, that would like to speak on the matter. If she is up there there you are. If we could indulge that, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you all. I will be very brief. I'm Kathy Peck. I sit on the city board representing Ward 4. And just to put things in a little bit different perspective, I've been to several of the meetings, listening sessions, the final one. This has been out in the community for several months now. I guarantee you every one of the 10 board members we're very well aware of this. We had a longer, more extensive presentation. It's my understanding, Director Collins, that this is a step to go before the Planning Commission and then ultimately to go before the city board. One reason I think the timing is important, things sort of slow down, not shut down, but slow down to the summer months. And we've got a sales tax initiative sort of knocking on the door and our budget workshops for next year, which will begin in August. So there's a lot of moving pieces and parts. And if you take a look at the sales tax initiative, there's a portion of this that fits hand in glove with this master plan. And I would say that the vast majority of people I know, whether they live downtown or in West Little Rock, or they're members of the chamber or work at the port, there's some momentum behind this. So you all do what you want to do, but it is my understanding that timing is not maybe of the essence, but it is important to move things along. It'll take 6 votes of the board to approve this and start implementing it. And I just wanted to give you that perspective. It's been out in the community for a long time, so I think I'm sorry y'all didn't get it until later, until Friday, but I would encourage, if you have any questions or want to take a deeper dive, Jamie's been very involved in it, as has Game Holstrom. That's all. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you very much. We have any other commissioners that would like to make a statement? Maybe somebody online?
Ms. Lundy would like to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Go ahead,
just
Commissioner
had
Lundy. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I think I'm not understanding exactly what the impact is if we do push this back to the next meeting. Is that like throwing off the timelines that are set, or would it still kind of be on time? Because that's where I'm sort of aware of the master plan from, living in the downtown area, but was not aware until very recently that it would be discussed tonight. And so, I think that, if we want to discuss it more in depth, I'm sort of in favor of pushing it, but I kind of want to know what the impacts of that would be.
I'm not so sure we should be concerned with what the timeline is when we did not set the timeline.
I mean, I do think if there are downstream impacts, I think it's important to consider.
Representing the public, I don't think so.
All right. Commissioner Lundy, did you have any other comments?
No, that's just more of a question of sort of what does sort of delaying prevent the board of directors from getting this plan? Does it interfere with tax provisions that are potentially coming into effect? How does this affect, how would a delay kind of affect the process?
Chairman Lundy, this is Director Collins. It would, the plan was, if adopted today, we would have it to the board about that mid-July timeframe, depending upon their meeting schedule. It would push it to the end of July would be quick to the first meeting of August would be the effect.
And so if I'm hearing correctly, the board of directors was intending to kind of discuss it at the August meeting, if passed?
Say that again, please.
The board of directors, if we passed it, they were always intending to discuss it at the August meeting?
Yes, it's whether it's August or the July, it's still a discussion on the table at the board. So that is also a public meeting that even citizens can come and make comments to it, and they look at it and then address any of those comments. So.
Okay. So I'm not hearing it's just a little less preparation that the board of directors get, but it might be a little more preparation than what we got. And so I'm not hearing any significant impacts to the process. And so that's kind of my concern.
Would there be an economic impact to the city? I mean, I know Sasaki has been retained or hired. Would it cost the taxpayers if we were to defer for, say, 1 week and then call a special meeting? Is that an option?
I mean, we could call a special meeting, or, we got options, right? 3 options. It could be vote on it today, defer it to into July, or, make a motion to have a special meeting in the next week or so.
And then, of
But
course,
I mean, those are the pretty much primary three options.
state FOIA rules, the citizens would be informed, so those who would like to come to that special meeting could come. But what about, Commissioner Russell? I mean, 168 hours, do you think we could have a special meeting a week from today? Will that give you enough time to review? 1 week. I mean, of course, it's our time, and we're volunteers here, but if we need more time, instead of pushing it to the next regular session, let's have a special session a week from today. And if that's amenable to the full-time staff, is that some form of compromise?
A 200-page document, and I don't think that a week is enough time for us as commissioners to truly digest and understand the plan as it's currently presented. I think that a 30-day deferral is warranted and necessary so that we all understand and can come back to the July meeting with real substantive comments, recommendations, and also questions. I don't think that that's too much to ask, and it's well within the window of, if we do approve it next meeting, or if we don't recommend approval next meeting, the city board of directors is still well within their schedule to hear the matter and to do their own due diligence.
I have a question. Is the result, what we saw today with the master plan, is that strictly from input from the community? I guess this question is for Mr. Halstead, I'm sorry. And please forgive me if I said your name incorrectly.
Holmstrom, that's okay. Happens all the time. I wish I got paid a nickel every time it happened.
Right.
No, it is not strictly based on that. So this is one of the reasons when we embarked on this process, we did a RFQ, or the city did an RFQ process where we then asked planning consultants from all over to submit for this. We felt very good about the selection of Sasaki. They've worked in similar markets, larger markets, smaller markets. So they were able to rely on their wealth of expertise, in addition to having multiple public meetings, do multiple surveys, and continuing to put out the updated research that they were able to find on the website, send this out in their mailings that they released on a regular basis. So there's been, the communication on this, I feel like, has been very well done, and the citizens have reacted very positively to this.
No, yeah, I get it, and I've seen the sessions for open comments. I guess one of the things that strikes me is that we do represent the community, but if the people have already spoken, then again, that's kind of where I'm torn between. So I guess my question was just how much of this is based off what the people have desire for versus something that a couple of people have thought about. But
well, I think it's a combination of that. We clearly have Mr. Brooks on the line. I think that'd be interesting to let him weigh in on the process. One of the things that I've been doing the past 3 days is I've had somebody from Greenville, South Carolina in town who we've identified as one of the benchmark cities that we've compared to and put where we are statistically and numbers wise against. And what he did, which was very powerful, is in part of his conversations and presentations, was talk about the plan that Sasaki did for them in '99. And in one of the maps that he put up, he said, okay, so see, this is what the plan indicated in '99. The ice skating rink, it never happened. The ball field, it didn't go up here where it was drawn in the plan. It was drawn down here. The original architect that they had picked for the bridge, they used a different architect ultimately. So in a lot of ways, this opens our eyes up to the art of the possible. Which one of these things as a community do we want to take on? We don't have the money. We're never going to have the money to fully fund this plan. But this gives us a marker to look at, to shoot for, to identify which one of these projects. And then there are 44 strategies that are outlined in the plan. The first strategy that we have indicated there is going to take several years if we start tomorrow. So a lot of this is how do we get started? How do we start this process so that in 5 years, we're going to be able to look back and see the result of this, in 10 years, in 20 years. Again, it's important. This is not going to happen quickly. This is a marathon. This is a ultra marathon, if you will. This is not a sprint.
Thank you. And I'm not against deferring it, but I also want to note that if the people have spoken, then it is up to us as well to respect that decision. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I think we've heard a lot from the commissioners. Do you have something, Commissioner Brown? Go ahead,
So-
Commissioner Brown.
Quick question. I guess what I'm hearing then is what is in this plan is not code where it's going to happen, because here's my concern. The idea of this, I love. I'm a Far West Little Rock guy, but I grew up I lived a lot in places like this. My concern is I want to defer to Commissioner Russell on the details because he knows more about the details of this kind of stuff than I do. And I've come to respect his position on that. How much of what's in this plan becomes code, or I don't know if that's the right word for it, that the city is held to if it is approved by us as the commission, I guess is the question.
And I think that's going to be a question for staff. And I think you're hitting on a very important and unique nuance of this, right? This is a very different topic than adopting a code or abandoning an alley, or whatever the myriad of topics that you guys discuss. This is very different. This essentially moves this to the city board, so then we can say, hey, this was adopted by the city board. That's my understanding of this. But I would love to have staff weigh in.
Staff offer some more insight to that, please.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. That's to implement the plan, it has to be adopted by the city board. The commission is recommendation body only when it forwards it.
All right, so we definitely need to kind of move forward with this action item here. We have pretty much three primary options on the table of what motions we can do. Obviously, we want to do what's in the best interest of the citizens and the city. Of course, us just really hearing this master plan or really just seeing it. I know maybe some commissioners have seen it more than others. But we got to move forward here, commissioners. So
Yeah,
we want to make sure we want to do right by the citizens. We want to do right by the city. But obviously, I'm hearing both sides. Yes, if everyone hasn't reviewed it, seen it, and we have an obligation to do a due diligence on this and come back. But also, we understand time is not of the essence, but it is. So it's sometimes it's tough. So
I'll make one last comment, and I know Commissioner Hart.
Go ahead.
Ready for a motion, but my understanding is, obviously right now wearing the hat as a planning commissioner, but as a citizen of Little Rock, we've been apprised of these meetings in the various wards for the past 9 months. And if we wanted to, in our individual capacities, submit input, we could have, right? Even now, my understanding is if we vote yes, approve it, it goes to the board mid-July, we can still submit comments in our individual or professional capacity.
Yes.
To be considered ultimately by the board.
Yes.
So I read the emails, I thought long and deep about them, but I have to vote for approval. So I make a motion.
I will.
As chairman, I would entertain a motion, and then we can vote on that. And
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we approve the city plan for submission to the City Board of Directors for ultimate approval.
Okay, I have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion on the table for approval of the master plan, and we have a second. And can we please get a roll call for that, please? And let me just say this before you get a roll call. Commissioner, you made a very important point on that. I can see both sides. This is difficult, if we all can understand. But as citizens of this great city, we do have a right that we can go and make comments and statements about this. But at this particular time, can we please get a roll call? Thank you.
Brown,
Yes.
Hart,
No.
Hodges,
Yes.
Chair, we do have Commissioner Lunday available now. I was told to inform you that she was available.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Commissioner.
Commissioner Lunday, may I have your vote, please?
Yes.
Thank you. McDonald,
Yes.
Person,
Yes.
Samad,
Yes.
Vogel,
No.
Baxter,
Yes.
Russell,
No.
Vickers.
Yes.
Motion's approved.
All right. Well, that was I feel like we almost need a break on this one, but for the sake of the citizens, we want to respect your time. So we're going to proceed and we're going to move forward with the next action item, number 3, Z-9956. Is the applicant present on item number 3? If you can, please make your way to the podium. Item number 3. Is the applicant present for item number 3?
Mr. Trejo, are you in the room? He's not in the room, Mr. Chairman. We'll check outside right quick.
Is he present?
Eugenia Williams, here to assist Mr. Trejo.
Okay, Mr. Trio, so we're going to have the reading. So Monty, could you please give the reading of action item number 3, please?
Item number 3, file number Z-9956 is Trejo Storage and Commercial Vehicle Parking, PCD, located at 4300 Alpine Road. The applicant proposes to rezone this 1-acre property from R2 Single Family to PCD Planned Commercial Development to allow for use of the property for storage and commercial vehicle parking lot for his landscaping business. Currently, the applicant resides on the property and wishes to continue the residential use. The applicant has stated they will not conduct business at the location. They request only to allow storage of business equipment, trucks, trailers on the property, and the parking of employee vehicles on the site. The property is located outside the city limits within the city's extraterritorial zoning jurisdiction. The property at 4300 Alpine consists of a single-family residence and a large ancillary building located southwest of the main structure. The front of the property looks to have been gravelled over to support parking for the business. Gravel has also been added at the rear of the property as it slopes toward a small creek to the north. The applicant stated that his landscaping business consists of 10 employees who arrive at the site in their personal vehicles and drive the company trucks to job sites. Hours of operation for the business activities will be 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, and Saturdays 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Staff does not feel this application is reasonable and feels the use is too intense for this area that has been traditionally a residential use. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the requested PCD zoning.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Trio, we do have several cards in opposition and one card actually in favor. You can speak now, or you can defer your time and come back up afterwards. It's your choice.
He would prefer them to speak first.
He would like to speak first, or he's going to defer his time?
He's going to defer his time to.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to go with the opposition cards here first, and you can step to the side or have a seat, and then we will bring you back up afterwards. Thank you. All right, so we have 3 cards in opposition, and just to say this, on each card, whether if you're in favor or in opposition of the item, you have a total of 20 minutes. For an example, if there are 10 people in opposition, theoretically, each person has 2 minutes on both sides. So, or one person can take the full time, et cetera, and you can, however you want to utilize that. and you have up to 20 minutes. Doesn't mean you have to use all 20 minutes, but you have up to. So the first card we're going to have in opposition is Jeffrey Barrett, if I'm saying that correctly. If you're present, please approach the podium. Please state your name, and the floor is yours.
So my name is Jeffrey Barrett. I've lived on Alpine Lane since 1980. My wife has been there her whole life, with the exception of 5 years as in the Air Force. We live on, it's a dead-end road. It's quiet. I have grandkids that live next door to me. You know, turning that street into a commercial opens up a whole can of worms. You know, the employees that drive to his business are often going way too fast. And we're just trying to keep our little quiet neighborhood a quiet neighborhood. So hopefully y'all will see the same way.
Thank you. All right, the next card we have is James Turner.
I'm James Turner, been a resident of Alpine Lane since 1984. Generally, it's a very, very quiet neighborhood. We've had some issues in the past, but what has happened here over the last few years is a commercial business has moved into our neighborhood. One of the things I want to lay out is, did everyone have the opportunity to read the document that we presented last month on this? I've got a couple of copies if you need that. One of the things that we've seen is the increased traffic. There's speeding that we have worked with, or attempted to work with Mr. Valencio. We have clocked them at up to speeds of 38 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. Any attempts to work with him have failed. We have a lot of issues with parking alongside the easement that goes up to my property and the board's property. We paved this in about 15 years ago, the roadway. The parking that Green Clues is utilizing is they have 4 2,500 crew cab trucks. They have two 3,500 crew cab trucks. They have one 5,500 series truck, and they have 6 bumper pull trailers, along with push mowers, zero turns, weed eaters, saws. They have a 5th wheel flatbed trailer that's 30 or 40 feet long, and 2 each large 5th wheel leaf collectors. All of this is currently being stored on the property, the front yard and the backyard. Employee vehicles, there's no less than 7. In fact, they've added one here recently. They have their personal vehicles, a 1,500 crew cab and an SUV. We have counted a total of 25 different vehicles in his front yard and backyard, which is very congested to the purpose of the community. The noise level increases each morning with the equipment starting up, not only the trucks, but the zero turns, lawnmowers, other equipment. On Mondays is their maintenance day in which they fire up all their vehicles, grinding of the blades for their equipment. Driveway damage, we have taken care of that in the attachment 3 where there are large trucks. Now, originally when we built this wasn't designed to have large vehicles come up and down. They make wide turns coming off the driveway, off the asphalt, and then coming back on to make a U-turn to get back into his property. This creates damages on the edges, broken off the asphalt, and it's created a very not ideal situation. They have added gravel on each side to accommodate the width of their vehicles, which still hasn't corrected the damage to it. In working with them, the last figure that I have available for you, or next to last, is the comments that Mr. Trejos has sent to us, threatening comments, police, Mexican counsel, his lawyers, fines, reporting, threatening to sue us for the damage that he has created. The last item in there is the trade waste he brings in. This is leaves, limbs, things of this nature. They will put this in large piles on his property and burn them. It will create smoke throughout the neighborhood, and it will create a cloud of smoke for days from the smoldering leaves. That's just not acceptable. I believe there is an ordinance about burning trade waste on property in residential areas. I ask, does anyone have any comments for me?
Any commissioners, any comments from Mr. Turner here? Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right, we have one other card in opposition, and that is Carl Borges.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Carl Bors. I live at 4312 Alpine Lane in Little Rock. I said we are directly next door to Mr. Trejo to the west. My wife and I bought that property over 34 years ago. We've lived on that property for 31 years. We built a very nice home and we've made a nice place for both of us to retire. We picked Alpine Lane because it was a dead-end rural road. It's in a beautiful rural residential area away from the hustle and bustle of town. It's away from the noise of traffic, or at least it was. And at first, when Mr. Trejo moved in there, it wasn't a problem. It was very small. But as Randy said, in the last 2 years, it has grown tremendously, and it vastly exceeds what a home-based business is allowed to have. And my wife and I ask that y'all deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we have one card in favor of the item, and I'm trying to make sure I can read the name correctly. Is it Ralph Fonge? I can't really understand the writing on here, but if you're available, please approach the podium. All right.
Yes, I'm Ralph Farish, 4500 Alpine Lane. I joined Valencio, he's on my north side. Valencio is a good neighbor. He's always minded his own business. And far as the speeding up and down the highway, that's the sheriff's department, what I see. I don't know that he's speeding, but I think the man is a great man. He keeps his place beautiful. Looks like a park. His wife's got flowers planted everywhere. I'm 100% behind this man and his mowing service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, so we're going to bring the applicant back up, please. And feel free to comment on any of the comments, concerns, or questions that the opposition have. The floor is yours.
This gentleman has lived on Alpine for at least 13 years. And yes, his business has grown. All of what they say is, I'm sure, not the easiest for them. But, he has a business, it has grown, and even though it is residential, it is available to some of the things that he has out there. So their complaints are somewhat available to you as a complaint, but he also feels that there are some businesses that have been out there as well that nobody has complained about. So he's kind of not, he doesn't understand how come some of them are able to keep a business there, and yet he's the one that's being kind of in the forefront of the complaints. ¿Quiere decir algo?
Dijo el señor de que entran, de que los muchachos que trabajan para mí que manejan muy recio, ahí entran varios carros más que también manejan a exceso de velocidad, no solamente eso.
Pero usted está diciendo que hacen o no hacen. He's saying that his employees, he's already explained to them that they can't drive as it's been stated, and he feels that he does have his employees in control. So I guess the question here is that it is a residential, and being residential, it limits to what all he can do and what he can have. So he's hoping that you understand the fact that he does have a business, and this is his livelihood.
All right. At this particular time, if the applicant doesn't have anything else to say, I'm going to open the floor up to commissioners for questions or comments at this particular time. And before, Commissioner Hart.
I don't have any real questions, just a couple comments. I'm just looking at Google Earth, Alpine Lane, which it looks like where I grew up down in South Arkansas, but there's a little bit of everything on Alpine Lane. I'm seeing horses and tractors and boats, a couple of tractor trailers that are parked, some other equipment. So Mr. Trejo indicated that there are other folks who park business equipment on their rather large size lots on Alpine Lane, and I do see that. So I don't know how much more egregious this particular these business machines would be than some of the others I'm seeing on Alpine Lane, but it does look like there's some home business being conducted on this particular road by folks other than just Mr. Trejo. So I would tend to be in support of this, of his request, but that's just one opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Vogel, go ahead.
Another side of the coin opinion, across the street from my house, been on construction for about, going on 5 years now. Much to the point of the, dissenters that when you live next to a site that has lots of traffic, lots of trailers, lots of work trucks, it becomes a quality of life issue. And most people didn't move out into the woods to have a, business near them. So I know where I stand. I understand Commissioner Hart's side as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any other commissioners that have any questions or like to make a comment? Commissioner Lundy, did you raise your hand?
Yeah, I have a question about, so the sketches that we have, I don't think it shows really details of like how close neighbors are. How close is the next house? And that can be a question to the applicant or,
The closest, I'm sorry, the closest one is about 500 feet is what he's saying.
About 500 feet? Okay. Did you hear that, Commissioner Lundy?
I did, thank you.
Which ironically is 100 feet farther than most shopping malls require parking.
And he also has presented some pictures that he has, aerial shots where he says that one of the residents has a concrete business and the other one has an electrician. He's an electrician, and he has.
Could you please speak into the mic a little bit? We can't,
I'm sorry.
everyone can't hear you. Can you
Okay.
please?
He has given me and provided me some pictures that he has taken, and one of them has a concrete business, and the other one has an electrician. He's an electrician of sorts, and he's, it appears that the concrete, it's got a lot of concrete out in the yard. So it's again, it is a residential. All he's saying is that, that he is trying to make his living. He tries to make sure that his employees are, kind of respect the neighborhood. And you are going to have a division. You're going to have a division because it is residential and, and it is out in an area that you are afforded some of these things because it kind of becomes a hodgepodge of trailers, houses, horses, chickens, and all that.
All right. We have a comment from staff. Monty, go ahead.
Referring to your area zoning map that's in your packet, if you look at the bottom of the map, there is a scale. I know that is a rough scale. The property immediately to the west, that structure, that residential structure, probably around 200 feet from that one. That's the closest one. The other ones are further away.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from any commissioner? If not, I would.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner, go ahead.
my goal at these meetings is always to say as little as possible, but I end up feeling compelled to ask questions. Mr. Barrett, Mr. Hearn, and Mr. Roars, did I pronounce your names correctly? Gentlemen, would you mind coming back just so I can ask each of you some questions and then finish by asking Mr. Vallejo a question? And then feel free to answer or not answer as you see fit, but the last thing we want to do is make a decision based off any form of discrimination, any manner, for whatever reason. So it does sound like there are other non-conforming uses, if that's the proper terminology.
That's incorrect.
Any thoughts on these things?
Yeah, the electrician happens to be my son. And he is conformed to all rules and regulations for us living there. So he has one truck, no signage.
Excuse me one second. It looked like we have some noise. Can you please press mute?
Well, I bet you that set everything up yet.
Commissioner Samad, could you please press mute if that's your phone or your line? Commissioner Samad. Brad, can we do a mute?
Commissioner Samad.
Yeah, can we do a mute?
Commissioner Samad.
I think he's doing a mute. I think Brad is doing a mute now. Yeah, if you can mute all and then other commissioners can just unmute or tap in. Sorry about that for the inconvenience.
No, it's okay.
All right, as you were.
So as I was saying, my son, he lives next door to us, and he just built a shop to live in. So he has his own electrical company, but he has one truck. He has no supplies anywhere. He has no signage on his truck. He went through the city to make sure that he did everything by the book. As soon as they were living in a single wide trailer, as soon as he got everything in his shop, they're living in the shop, and they're going to build a house. And he got with the city before he started anything to make sure that he does everything by the code. As far as the concrete business, that's back behind us. I know he's got one truck and one trailer, but other than that, I'm not, sure about all that.
I got a question, sir. How long has your son had his business, electrician business, just approximately?
10, 12, 13 years, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
And then one last question of y'all. Mr. Hearn, thank you again for referencing the correspondence that you sent through. As y'all mentioned at first, good neighbors, but things have kind of picked up. It's just become too much? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
My name is Carolyn Boers, and I live directly next door. We have been fighting this battle for 14 months. Mr. Trejo was told then, verbally and by written notice on his front door, that what he was doing was not comparable to the city rules and regulations. He completely ignored all of it. I've had the Arkansas Department of Environmental Quality. I have had them out twice on 2 different issues. He is crossing McHenry Creek to dump his trade waste and burn it, which is illegal. He is dumping mulch for his job sites on that creek bank, all illegal. His men get out of their trucks, walk to their vehicles, and they urinate while I'm out in my front yard. This is unacceptable, and it should have been taken care of 14 months ago. He ignored the notice. He had 7 days to file for a rezoning, and he did not do that. He missed that deadline. It should have been a dead issue then. That's why we're here today. Thank you.
Ma'am, you stay at 4312? Ma'am,
Yes.
what's the name? Ma'am,
And by the way, it's not, as far as Valencio being a neighbor, he's a good neighbor. I'll give him that. The problem is the business and all of the employees and all of the equipment and all of the noise and everything else.
Thank you,
So,
sir.
I mean, he can live there from now on as far as I'm concerned, but the business needs to go.
Thank you. Madam, for the record, what was your name?
Carl Boers, B-O-R-E-S.
No, the lady, I'm sorry. Yes.
Carolyn Boers.
ma'am, you say you're the neighbor. Do you stay at 4312?
Yes. He can't hear you shaking your head.
You
Yes,
stay behind Alpine, I'm sorry, you stay behind the house that we're talking about here?
next door. 4312.
We are the
4312.
house- We are the structure right directly to the west of that.
Thank you.
Then my last question, and I'll stop taking more of people's time. Mr. Trejo? First, great respect for growing your business. Have you considered other locations in light of the opposition from your neighbors, in light of the feedback that you've received? Have you looked at other locations, say downtown Little Rock, wherever else where you could expand this business?
Él quiere saber si usted ha mirado otras cosas para verse, para no tener estos problemas.
Ahorita no.
Not at this time. His hope was to somehow calm this down, but obviously there's a lot of harsh feelings. And I think a large part of it comes from, it's kind of like, it's okay for me to do this, but we don't like this. And that's fine, everybody's got an opinion. It's just that, if you are going to exclude him, then everyone else probably needs to do the same. I mean, it's kind of like everybody's got a business. And if you move out that far, usually you hope that that's your land and you can do certain things with it that you couldn't do in a residential in-city area, okay? But that's where you are today.
Commissioner Hodges, go ahead.
Ma'am, I would like to ask you, do any of the other neighbors have 12 or 14 large trucks and tractors there?
Él quiere saber si todos los otros tienen 12 camionetas y todo. The gentleman that has the concrete business has 3 trucks and 3 trailers. And his workers are routinely coming and going as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to say this. I'm kind of piggybacking off Commissioner Baxter here, making sure we're not doing anything in discrimination. I wanted to ask staff, is there anything that Mr. Trio is doing that, for reason of he's breaking any city codes? Or are there any policies or laws that's been broken out there is when when the application was submitted and you all did a thorough investigation and due diligence on your part? Was there any things that he or his business did to break any of the rules or codes or anything like that?
Well, as far as the zoning ordinance is concerned, this property is zoned R2. The only allowed use was one single-family home on this 1 acre piece of property. This property has been under enforcement for quite a few months now.
Okay, all right. All right, any other questions from any of the commissioners? If not,
Just one more, I'm so sorry. Mr. Hodges said 14 some trucks. How many trucks do you actually have? Is it 14?
He has to have at least 6.
Thank you.
And in
I would
terms,
like to ask one of the opposition to come up and explain the comments about the large number.
and while we wait for them to come up, I mean, when you look at different businesses, right? For an example, the gentleman said his son had the electrician business for 12, 13 years. And if his business get a boom and grow and he end up needing more employees and more trucks, then, you know, what does that mean? So I'm just looking at the whole context of the full spectrum of this item.
I do want to hear more about the concrete, same thing.
Yeah,
similar.
but at this time, go ahead, Monty, go ahead.
But to address your question, the way the gentleman explained the electrical business, if he went through the city, it was probably approved as a home occupation. City ordinance does allow in residential areas for people to have home occupations. That's where basically they run their business from their home. They have no customers, they have no employees, they have no large equipment, et cetera, no outside storage. That sounds like what that was approved under. Mr. Trejo could operate his landscape business from his residence, but only a home office. The activity of parking the commercial vehicles, the employees coming, that would have to take place somewhere else. Also, I don't have specific information on the concrete business. You are in an area that's extraterritorial. It's outside the city limits. You will find a lot of non-conforming issues in these areas. So if you're looking at a piece of property that may have some older semi-trailers parked on it, those may have been there for decades. So you do find a lot of that in this area.
Okay, thank you. All right, and that Commissioner Baxter, Commissioner Hodges had a question for the gentleman. Okay, the floor is yours, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. There are 4 2500 series crew cab trucks, 2 3500 series crew cab trucks, 1 5500 series dump truck, 6 bumper pull trailers used to carry push mowers, zero turns, weed eaters, saws, trimmers.
The question was about the concrete company.
No, the question was about
The
this.
concrete company only has 1 truck, and does he even have a sign on it? No, he doesn't even have a sign on it. It's just one he drives home and to work.
Well, please complete your statement otherwise.
Finish what I'm.
Yes.
1 fifth wheel flatbed trailer, 2 each fifth wheel leaf collector trailers, 1 excavator. There are currently no less than 7. There were 8 vehicles there the last couple of weeks. These are family. And then Mr. Treos has a 1500 crew cab and a SUV.
Did that answer your question, sir? All right,
Number 14.
all right. Thank you, sir.
Can I have one additional? Mr. Trejo also owns property on Colonel Glenn Road near Cooper Orbit.
Thank you. All right, any other questions, comments?
I believe
Addressed by any
applicant,
commissioners?
I believe applicant had a response or a document to submit for a review. Am I correct? Mr. Chair.
Mr. Trejo's had a picture of the concrete business, and from the looks of it, it looks like quite a bit. That didn't happen overnight. That's been piled up there. So that's kind of what his complaint is. It's kind of like, why do they get to, and then I'm being, held to a different line.
Thank you. Monty, just a quick question from staff, and you can just summarize it briefly. And the main reasons, again, for a staff denial was, again?
It has to do with the intensity of the use. We may feel that the use is too intense for this area, which is all the property surrounding this for quite a distance is owned single family. We feel that the introduction of this use is too intense.
Thank you.
To close things out, perhaps, with respect to the concrete business parcel, whoever the owner of that is, if a neighbor wanted to make a complaint and that came before us, if it were being used for commercial uses, they would have to come before us to rezone, correct? If it is deemed a commercial use.
If we received a complaint on it, we would investigate the issue. If we found that it was a violation, they would have to rezone the property to continue the use. One possibility is, in our investigation, might find that it's non-conforming. If they've been there for, a good number of years, we may consider it non-conforming.
All right, so at this time, I think we've heard both sides, and at this time, I would entertain a motion from one of our esteemed commissioners.
Make a motion to approve the application as submitted with all of staff's conditions, minus the recommendation for denial.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the table. Can we get a roll call, please?
Brown?
No.
Hart?
Yes.
Hodges?
No.
Lunday?
Yes.
McDonald?
No.
Person?
Yes.
Samad? Commissioner Samad?
You're muted, by the way.
We have an email earlier. Commissioner Samad said he had another engagement around 5:30, I believe. That was in the notes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He's not here.
Vogel?
No.
Baxter?
No.
Russell?
Aye.
Vickers?
No.
Motion fails.
All right, that was item number 3 here. Thank you, applicant, for coming out. And we will move forward to item number 9. Is the applicant present for item number 9, Z-6237-C? All right, and please, while you're coming forward, we're going to have the reading of your item here. Monty, if you will.
Item number 9, file number Z6237C. This is a rezoning from PDC to C2, 14104 Taylor Loop Road. On February 20th of this year, the Board of Directors passed ordinance number 22388, which rezoned this property from PDO to PDC to allow the property to be used as a barber hair salon use. The PDC zoning was approved by this commission on January 11th of this year. The applicant proposes to rezone the property from its current PDC designation to C2 to allow the barber beauty shop, in addition to other expanded commercial uses, to include ancillary uses to the salon use. The property contains an existing two-story, 1,232 square foot principal structure and a one-story, 402 square foot utility building. An existing driveway provides access from Taylor Loop Road. Majority of the property contains paving to accommodate client parking. The properties surrounding the site contain a mixture of zoning and uses. The city's future land use plan designates this property as SO, which is suburban office. The requested C2 zoning will not require a land use plan amendment at this time. The property immediately to the north and west of the site is designated as commercial. Staff does not support the request to rezone the property to C2. Staff feels that this 0.46 acre property is not appropriate for C2 zoning. The C2 zoning district requires a minimum lot size of 5 acres. In addition, staff feels a planned development zoning is most appropriate for this location given the surrounding zonings. The applicant can seek approval for the additional uses for the property by revising the existing PDC zoning. With those reasons, staff recommends denial of the requested C2 zoning.
Thank you. All right, applicant, please state your name for the record.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, I have to recuse myself as Mr. Woodbank is a personal friend.
Thank you.
So I'll not be voting and I will step out.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
It's Roby Woobank, and there was an error, I guess, on the size of the property. It's 3,650 square foot, not 2,600 square foot. If that changes anything.
I don't presume, Monte, that wouldn't cause any kind of friction or anything like that on it, just a error or?
I'm not sure what square footage he's talking. Are you talking about the overall, the acreage of the property?
The building, I wasn't aware of the acreage limit for C2.
The building size we quoted might have been the footprint. It's a two-story building.
Gotcha.
It's going to be it probably double of what we said.
Okay.
That doesn't change anything.
All right. All right. Sir, so we have one card in opposition of this. You can defer your time or you can speak now. It's totally up to you.
Yeah, I guess I was going to say that the upstairs of the property is pretty much open for use for whatever we choose in relation to a hair salon. Maybe like eyelash people, massage people. We have the parking space available, and I think there's about room for 23 spots for parking. So we could definitely support the space that we have available as far as like the units that we have. We currently have 8 total hairstylists, and there's an extra 4 rooms upstairs. So we have like 8 or 10 extra parking spaces. So I don't know what else, I guess, to say.
No, you're totally fine. If you're done, what we're going to do is we have one card in opposition,
that works.
and then we'll bring you back up, okay? If with any questions. All right, so we have one card here, I think is it Jebba A. Tucker?
Good evening, commissions. Good evening, my fellow citizens. My name is Jebba Tucker. I resident at 14201, south of the said resident. I agree with the staff, what they said, but if there's any ways that I can ask the owner of the resident or the business questions, maybe that can help me, how I can go. But right now, I just go in the negative ways that I don't want any other businesses coming up there. Because based on the information that we have, I look at it that the areas is very small to have a lot of businesses. And this area used to be as a residence, changed to PDO, and from there, we changed it to PDC. We approved it in January. We which is February rather. And now, if we have given him some little 1-inch steps, now he's taking it further. So we're not sure whether he's going to change the startup from parcel 1 to parcel number 2. I have no idea. And he say have a lot of parking spot. There's nothing we can see or prove that he have enough parkings. And how many business that he wants to bring in that area? If we have to approve any things like that, we have to have very substantial evidence, because we don't want to approve some things that, in a kind of ways that later on will become a contentions. So we need to know really what the business is about, because we know it was originally a business office. We approved to be a single business office. But if we're going to open the can of worms, and then it's going to cause a problem for us. So I will yield my rest of the time. Then when I have time to ask the businessman, then I will know which way I should go.
Thank you. All right, applicant, you can come back up to the podium. And at this particular time, I'm going to open the floor up to any commissioners. If you have any questions or comments on this item. Commissioner Brown, go ahead.
So this is the applicant. I'm just kind of curious, what's the driver for wanting to switch it from PCD and add some uses to wanting to switch it to a full C2?
What was, I missed a part. What did you say?
So you're currently zoned PCD, and the staff said, you know, you could add some uses to it if you want to do that, but you're trying to fully switch the zoning to C2. What's the driver in wanting to make that big a change?
I have a friend who does eyelashes. They're just a one-on-one client to stylist individual who wants to rent one of the upstairs rooms. And they said that them and one other person who does one-on-one like massage, they require a C2 zoning or something. It wouldn't, I guess I didn't realize I could get a PDC to include that specific business, but the business that they're trying to, or inquiring about.
I would encourage, I would ask staff to feedback on this. It's possible to actually just, and I don't know if they could do it at the podium, but just amend this just to change, add some uses to it, rather than have to go through the entire rezoning, because I agree the full rezoning is a bigger issue than just adding some things to it. Am I hearing that correctly?
Well, I guess the applicant could amend the application. He would need to defer it to amend it. I mean, we're not necessarily opposed to the ancillary uses he's proposing. We just think C2 is the wrong route to go.
I also wanted to address the parking lot. I guess he was concerned about like evidence of the parking. I could show a picture of our parking lot if that would benefit me. I took one today, actually. If that helps. But the reason for the C2, if somebody's there for a year and they leave, I don't want to have to come back and I guess have to get the PDC re-established. Say if like somebody just wants it for a personal office that requires a certain zoning or something for their business license, it would just put like a time restriction bind on myself as far as being able to just go ahead and rent it to them. The business that was there before was a veterinarian clinic, and they had probably 40 kennels for dogs that, I don't know if anybody's aware of the, what was it called? It was a veterinary clinic that used to be there. They were there for, they actually did the renovations that expanded the entire building, and they were there for 22 years, I think. So it's been a business for a long time, and I've had it for about 2 years with me and my wife, and I guess there won't be much drastic addition to the parking that's already there. We can allow for quite a bit of people. So I don't know if anybody has any questions. I could help clarify my position.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just going to say that I think Jimmy's.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. Commissioner Hodges had his.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Hodges, and I'm going to go to you. All right, go ahead.
Did you say that a couple of the people renting from you must be in a C2 designation. I don't see how that differs from a planned development commercial.
Yeah, somebody who's inquiring for a personal massage, just like the Copperwell Retreat that's in West Little Rock. Yeah, they were inquired about a business license, and they were told that they needed a certain. I don't know if they said they needed a C2 exactly, or if they couldn't get it with the current zoning, which was PDC. And I was already in the process of the PDC when I realized when that came to my attention. So I just went ahead and finished the PDC. Just to finalize that for the hair salon part of it. And then I guess I just was told I could just go back and get it rezoned to do the additional stuff if need be.
Could I follow up with staff? I understand there's a difference, but in reality, you're just saying he needs to have the PC or PDC, which I probably agree with, but are you aware of anything that requires them just to have a commercial designation?
No, the C2 zoning district is the shopping center district, and it requires a minimum lot size of 5 acres and all the uses that go along with it. A planned development can be however the applicant wishes to craft it. They can. Right. When this was originally approved earlier this year, it was just for a beauty salon. It could have been, he could have added other uses at the time. He can revise it to add other uses. If the applicant wishes to have additional uses to fall back on, he can request even more uses like office. He could tie it to the O3 zoning for permitted uses, which would probably be more appropriate than C2. Possibly C1, the property across the street is on C1, which is neighborhood commercial, which is a lower intense commercial designation. So there are a lot of possibilities as to what he could request, but we just feel that C2 is not the appropriate zoning for this site.
Thank you, Commissioner Hart.
Yeah, I was just going to say both the previous commissioners were hitting on my exact concern. If you change, and it's a pain for the applicant, but the PDC, I think, is the correct way to go here. And he can specify and handpick some uses that will work in this sort of quiet office setting. But if you change it to C2, you start looking at all those C2 uses on down the road. I mean, we basically turn this into a shopping center. I don't think that's the right move for that little stretch of area there along Taylor Loop. So anyway, I would be in favor of a PDC with several uses like massage or like dentistry or dog grooming or whatever, but the straight C2 zoning is too intense. So I would agree with staff on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right.
And the other two commissioners that spoke.
All right, if we don't have any other questions or comments, entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the application as submitted with staff's recommendations. Was this one approved for denial? I can't remember.
Yes,
Or recommended for
staff recommended that.
with the exception of the recommendation for denial.
All right. I'm sorry, Commissioner Russell, we have hold on, the applicant asked a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I didn't necessarily understand the entire what C2 encompassed. I guess I probably should have aimed for maybe a C1 like he was saying, or I guess something that just would apply to my situation. I'm not necessarily sold on a C2, so that doesn't necessarily, I'm just trying to accommodate my,
Okay, we understand. Monty, go ahead.
The applicant can choose to defer the application, and staff would be glad to discuss the issue and work with the applicant on coming up with something that staff could support.
All right, so before we had a motion, we had a
That
second.
sounds like a better option.
Before we do that, if you would like to defer, of course you can defer, and that would be at your expense, but you do have a number of deferrals that you can utilize and then come back to the planning commission if you so will.
What do you mean at my expense? Just like time expense, or is the?
You'll have to
Want to-
resend the notifications to all property owners.
Say that one more time?
You'll have to resend the notifications to all of the property owners for the next public hearing.
Gotcha. I guess, I don't know if it hurts me or not to just hear the, I guess, motion or.
Well, go ahead, Mike.
If it's
maybe
denied,
the-
you would have to come back with an application substantially different than the one you currently have. A withdrawal at your request or a deferral at your request would be a better option to work with staff to come up with something that they would be willing to support.
Let's do that then.
Just to clarify it for the applicant, you are allowed 2 deferrals. This would be the first of your 2 deferrals. And the re-notification, since you notified correctly via certified mail for this agenda, you can do it via regular mail, the same process, but regular mail instead of certified mail.
Okay.
So what would you like? You'd just like the deferral?
Yes, please. The deferral.
Okay, all right. So, yes. Yes, we do need a motion that the item number Z dash 6237-C.
Make a
So
motion
moved.
to
To approve
defer
deferral.
item number 9, Z 6237-C, to give the applicant time to work with staff.
The applicant deferred on his
Second.
own, right? So do we need to vote on that?
Yeah, that you vote on the deferral, but
Need
I
to
would
vote
just
to accept the
suggest that the
deferral.
commission put in a time frame, either 30 days, 60 days to work through it, and the applicant needs to determine that time frame of the request for the deferral. So applicant, you would need to let us know your deferral time frame, 30 or 60 days.
I guess the longer, give me more time, I guess.
Okay, so 60 days,
Is that?
that's fine,
yeah,
that is your
okay.
deferral.
Is that, is it for me to push it out that far to rehear it? Is that?
Yeah, that's when the
Okay, I
hearing
was
would be. We have to have a time frame for set for
30
deferral.
days.
We just cannot defer and leave it blank. We have to defer for a
Oh,
time frame.
gotcha. Okay, the shortest time, which is 30, I guess.
So that would be deferral to the next planning commission meeting, which would be the July hearing.
July 11.
Okay, so that would need to be in your motion, please.
All right, I'll amend my motion to defer item number 9, Z 2637-C, for 30 days to the July 11th meeting.
We have a restatement of the motion. We have a second, please.
Second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call, please?
Brown?
Yes.
Hart?
Yes.
Hodges?
Yes.
Lunday?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Person?
Yes.
Samad? Vogel?
Yes.
Commissioner Baxter recused. Russell?
Aye.
Vickers?
Yes.
Motion passes. The application will be referred to the July 11th meeting.
Thank you, sir. All right, so we're going to try to get through a couple of more here, and then we may take a break pending how everyone is feeling. So we're going to move right along with item number 25Z-9988. Is the applicant present? And that's item number 25Z-9988. Is the applicant present? If the applicant is not present, then we will not do a reading and we will move forward. And we do have personnel going to check.
The applicant's not present. We need to make a motion to defer and vote.
Jamie is actually stepping out, Commissioner Russell. So we're just going to just a few seconds just to see if they haven't stepped out or went to the restroom. Okay, so the applicant is not present, so we're going to make a motion to defer.
Motion to defer item Z9988 due to the applicant not being present.
Second.
I already have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Deferral to July 11.
Huh?
July 11.
Yes,
Yes,
correct.
for the next available meeting, which is July, yes.
A roll caller stepped out.
Okay. Commissioner Brown? Hart?
Yes.
Hodges?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Lunday?
Yes.
Person?
Yes.
Samad is absent. Vogel?
Yes.
Baxter?
Yes.
Vickers?
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you very much. All right, that's
Did you
deferred.
skip
I
Commissioner
guess you
Russell?
didn't need my vote.
Did you skip Commissioner Russell?
Sorry, Commissioner Russell?
Aye.
That was my first time doing this, so please excuse me.
All good.
That's okay.
Great job. All right, we're going to move right along to item number 31Z-5258-G. Is the applicant present? All right, the applicant is present here. And Monty, if you will, can we get the reading, please?
Item 31, file number Z5258G is a Rowan Development, revised PCD located at 12210 West Markham Street. On December 4th, 2003, the Little Rock Planning Commission approved expansion of an auto dealership, which is Parkway Mazda. On July 6, 2004, the Little Rock Board of Directors adopted Ordinance 19022, allowing the auto dealership to expand the proposed area. On March 27, 2012, the Board of Directors passed Ordinance 2557, which revised the PCD for the auto dealership to allow C3 and O2 uses for the site. The applicant is proposing to revise the existing PCD zoning to allow for the construction of a billboard sign adjacent to the existing building and to create a billboard easement. All remaining aspects of the previously approved PCD will remain unchanged. The property contains an existing 5,270 square foot, one-story brick frame building, which was constructed in 2016. Properties in the general area contain commercial zoning and uses in all directions. The site plan shows the proposed sign, the pole of the proposed sign being located near the southeast corner of the building. The applicant notes the billboard easement will be 35 feet from the front or south property line. The applicant also proposes to create a billboard easement along the east facade of the building. The proposed billboard easement encroaches into a shared egress easement, which serves the properties, serves this property as well as the properties east and north. Although the proposed billboard sign complies with the distance requirement from an existing billboard, which the closest billboard is to the east, staff does not support the proposed revision to place a billboard pole and sign adjacent to the existing building, nor does staff support the proposed billboard easement as it encroaches into the existing egress easement, which is shared with the properties again to the east and north. Staff feels the proposed billboard location and easement creates safety concerns for the building's occupancy, and the proposed billboard easement encroachment could have an adverse impact on traffic flow entering and exiting the site. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the proposed revised PCD zoning.
Thank you. All right, we don't have any cards for opposition or in favor. So at this particular time, I'm going to open the floor up to the commissioners for any questions or comments at this particular time. Yes, and the applicant here? Yes.
I'm Vernon Williams with Garnett Engineering, representing the project. Is there any way I could get some elaboration? I've only received notice that we weren't.
We'll take a step back, sir. You go ahead. You can elaborate if you need to. Okay. Take some time. You can talk about it. You can speak on the project or any concerns or comments that you wish. The floor is yours.
I've only known for a couple days, or I guess I received an email 2 days ago letting me know that there was opposition to the project, and unfortunately, I didn't open the email until this morning to realize that we had it. But could I get some explanation on the safety concerns? The pole is located behind the curb. It's not going to be where folks are driving. I also don't understand the, we picked a size for the sign easement. We didn't get any feedback until we got the denial from the city that there needed to be a change in the size. I didn't see an issue with putting it over the ingress egress. That's also a utility easement underneath it. I don't understand the conflict between the underground, surface, and air uses at this location. And I certainly don't understand the structural or the safety concerns to the existing structure.
Is that a question for Jamie or Monty? Did you want to step in?
It's a general comment. There's a
Well, I
safety
can
concern.
elaborate on some. This proposed sign location is located adjacent between the curb and the building of that. The footings alone for a pole of this size will probably encroach into the footing of the building, which is a safety concern. Also, the design of this pole, even designed to withstand certain aspects of it, it is too close to a building to allow for any damage or fall of the billboard sign itself, not to damage and fall on the building itself. And the ingress and egress typically on any structure. And think of it like light poles, telephone poles, anything you see on driving around on roadways, even drives internal to commercial sites. There is a distance that any structure may be placed off of the curb, not at the curb line. What is that? I think it's like 18 inches minimum. Yeah. So it's design speed, volume of traffic. So this one would be a low speed, but I think the minimum is that 18. So if anything does come up over, hit the curb and jump, it's not going to go too far past the curb, but it's going to be between the curb and the building. So it would have a potential to be hit. And of course, they're pretty large. The damage would probably be more for the vehicle than there is for the sign, but there still is that concern. So those were the items of concern. And at this time, none of that has been that can be addressed with staff for us to even recommend any approval for that because of maybe a footing conflict between the footing of the sign and the footing of the building. And there might be still conflicts in any type of traffic inside that access easement.
So Jamie, let me make sure I hear you correctly. So if the applicant would like to defer maybe and come back and make sure they are in accordance with with the code and the rules, then they can come back maybe next month or at a specified time that the staff would be in favor or support their item?
Yeah, to address our concerns that when we looked at it and raised, because this is a planned development, so those conditions, whatever is, can apply to this, and so that's our concerns.
Thank you. Well, applicant, we can vote today on this, or if you like to defer and get these concerns addressed and maybe come back before the board.
I would like to address the comment that Jamie had about the structure. This pole is a 30-inch diameter steel pole. The design is for direct embedment, so it doesn't have a footing that would go out and encroach underneath the building's footing or underneath the access easement. And I thought a copy of that was submitted as part of our package in our response that we turned in earlier in the month.
I'm not for certain what
let me
diagram that you have or what was submitted. We're just looking with the information I guess we have.
Sure.
Is that correct, Monty?
Let me check with my client. Let me see if we want to vote on this tonight or if we want to seek a deferment. If you'll bear with me for one moment.
Yes, we will give you just a minute here.
We would respectfully request a chance to defer until the July 11th meeting so we can get a chance to visit with staff on this. and come to an understanding about what we're going to build.
All right, thank you very much. So the applicant has requested to defer, so if we can get to next meeting, July meeting. Monty, before we do a motion, Monty, go ahead.
One note for the applicant, you've heard staff concerns. You'll need to address those, however you want to address them. We need anything back from you in less than 2 weeks.
It's better than a day, so yeah, I can make 2 weeks.
All right, so do I have a motion for deferment for the applicant?
I'll make a motion to accept the applicant's deferral until the July 11th Planning Commission public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for deferral. Can I get a roll call, please?
Brown?
Yes.
Hart? Yes. Hodges?
Yes.
Lunday?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Person?
Yes.
Ahmad? Vogel?
Yes.
Baxter?
Yes.
Russell?
Aye.
Vickers?
Yes.
Motion?
All right, thank you
defer
very
this
much.
item to the July 11th meeting.
Thank you. We're going to do one more item, and then we're going to take a break thereafter.
Mr. Chair, quick point of information, Mr. Thrower as well. For certain things like that, for future reference, and maybe this is something that we'll talk about at our training when the time comes. Can we just go to, not roll call vote, but just all in favor, aye, any opposed, assuming no? Or do we still have to go by roll call, even for things like this?
I believe that Robert's Rule of Order has to be adhered to, sir.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
All right, so we're going to go to, we're going to do a numerical order, and we appreciate everybody's time. We understand this is, sometimes it can be time consuming. So we're going to go to item number 1, and that's item number 1 is the applicant present, and that's S-1962. All right, while the applicant is making his way to the podium here, we're going to have the reading.
Item number 1, file number S-1962. This is the Camilla Addition preliminary plat located at 11308 and 11606 Dreer Road. The applicant is requesting a preliminary plat approval to allow this 9.62 acres of property located at 11308 and 11606 Dreer Road to be subdivided into 7 lots for single-family residential development. The property is located outside the city limits and is not zoned. The property is located within the city's extraterritorial subdivision jurisdiction. The property is currently comprised of 2 acreage tracts, being approximately 5 acres in size each. A single-family residence is located on each of the 2 tracts. The proposed lot sizes range from 0.79 acre to 2.03 acres. The applicant is requesting a variance from section 31-232F of the city subdivision ordinance to allow lot 7 as a pipe stem lot. Staff supports that request. The applicant is dedicating additional right-of-way for Dreer Road as part of the proposed plat. The applicant is requesting a waiver of boundary street improvements for the roadway. Staff also supports that request. The applicant did submit the required additional information to staff. This was previously deferred to allow the applicant to do that. This included preliminary drainage analysis and a letter from the Arkansas State Health Department approving the septic systems for the proposed lots. The Department of Planning and Development Engineering Division has reviewed the preliminary drainage analysis, and also with the additional information submitted, staff does now support the application. Staff recommends approval of the proposed preliminary plat subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
Thank you. All right. All right, applicant, please state your name for the record.
Dan Cunningham with Cunningham Surveying, and I have prepared the plat, the
All right.
preliminary plat.
All right, Mr. Cunningham, you can definitely, you can take the floor now. We do have a number of cards in opposition. You can defer your time and then come back up. It's your choice.
I would like to defer.
Thank you. All right. All right, so we have a number of cards, and remember, we have a total of 20 minutes or up to 20 minutes. So I'm going to call them out in order, and the first card is Dennis Davis. If you're present, please approach the podium.
My name is Dennis Davis. I live at 11911 Dreer Road. I've been there since 1987. We have currently the folks that live there on that property. We have music playing all the time. And when I say all the time, I mean all the time. It'll go all night long. I get up, walk my dog. My wife gets up, walks the dog. 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's going on. So we put up with a pig riding around, walking around in the neighborhood freely. People have to stop, honk their horn. Of course, the pig's not going to move, so they just keep honking their horn. So they have chickens that run out in the road. Eventually, they get run over, and then somebody will eventually pick them up. They have goats. I'm opposed to any type of tiny home coming in on that property. If those come in, my property value will go to zero. That's all I got.
Thank you. The next one we have is Darlene Davis. All right. The next one is Jeff Dreyer, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. All right. The next one we have is Margaret Dreyer. All right. Stanley Pollard.
I would like to defer to be the last speaker.
All right. Okay. The next one is Virginia Pollard. All right. The next one is Kevin Strayhorn.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Strayhorn. I got probably the largest parcel closest to this development here. And we have enjoyed the loud music at all hours of the night. I do have a reading here. This is part of the Legacy Dreer home place, dating back to about 1880. In my family, since about 1976, which is about 50 years, it's our legacy home place. Yeah, we moved there in about 76. We started with a small parcel, then we added to that. So we have about 60 acres in that area. We built 3 fine homes. My business resides on that same acreage. Like I said, it's the original Dreer Legacy home place, dating back to 1880. And a lot of Dreer descendants are sitting right here. The 2 houses on the subject property are older clapboard homes. The owner is renting these out and proposing a development of 5 more. Well, my problem is if this guy's had this thing, or these investors have had it for 5 years, in the condition of these homes and the dwellings that are there now with the rundown vehicles, there's dead vehicles, there's inoperable trailers filled with trash. We have a plywood tarp village behind the smallest dwelling here. It's pretty sad. And if I could only envision 5 more of these in this location, you know, it's not going to be managed. These people don't care about this property, much less the other 10 they own in the area. They're right about the chickens, the goats, and the hog in the street. And they're free range. They just run. They don't pin them up. I would like to say on the record that the notification process was severely flawed, as we quickly learned not everyone was notified in the hit and miss mailings that were postmarked on the 28th of May. This developer has made this project a hush deal, and knowing full well his intentions are not favorable to the long-term residents and visitors in the area. Thank you, Commissioners, for this time.
Thank you. The next card is it Kenneth Payer?
My name's Kenneth Pryor. I've lived there since I bought the property in '65, and I believe 59 years. Everything that the people that spoke before me is true. I can't understand why anyone would consider letting these people have a plot in this area. There's a couple springs on Kevin's property. If they run, you got to have a septic tank if you live in that area. I don't know that it'll perk. If it might perk, but it's just not a good place for the neighborhood at all for this guy to come in and want to develop this 10 acres. It's just not. If you've seen it, you wouldn't even try to develop it. It's not a good thing for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next card here, if I'm saying the name correctly, is it Elard or Leyland, if I'm saying that correctly?
Carl McClellan?
Is it, you live on Dreher Road?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Carl McClellan. I live at 11224 Dreher Road, right next door to the one house that's been rented by this developer. And I have a question, if I can ask one. Did you ever wake up in the morning and look out your window and your front yard was dug up by pigs? I'm serious. This happened. We've got pigs, we've got guineas, we've got ducks, just goats, all kinds of animals. And they don't take care of them, actually. They're over in our front yard usually picking up bugs and what have you. Anyhow, I just don't think this is the proper thing to do with this. If the man that owns it is going to let the people that live there now live like they do, I don't think it'll be any better for the rest of the residents in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Mr. Stanley Pollard.
Mr. Chairman, how much time is remaining for the opposition?
The opposition has elapsed 8 minutes and 26 seconds at this point.
Okay. My name is Stanley Pollard. I reside in Rowlett, Texas, suburb of Dallas, and I'm requested to be the last one to speak against because these others, they all live there. My wife grew up there, and we're in Dallas because of my job. And I've been in the family, the Dreher family, for going on 47 years, come the 18th of this month. And the remarks that I have, and by the way, for the record, my wife is an heir, as is her sister and brother, to 3.49 acres along the Dreher Road. The address is 11903 Dreher Road. My wife did not get a notice of this. I have talked to staff. I think that's a county issue. My wife also has 1.13 acres at the end of Chardell Lane that goes down to our mom and dad's former property. My in-laws are deceased. And that is also connected with 301, and that's over an acre lot. So my remarks here is, if we, the neighbors out here, seem to be somewhat unaware and a lack of knowledge about this item, we are. There's a reason. We were caught off guard. The vast majority of us didn't even know anything about this until the letter was received on 5/30/24. Notification. Seems the applicant had the replat drawn up by Mr. Cunningham, and that was dated, it looks like, on the diagram we have, 7/26/23. Yet the owner of the property, and that is, was sold to him in January of 2019. And to my knowledge, talking to the neighbors out there, and my father-in-law before he passed, nobody knew, and he never talked to anybody about his plans for this. Suddenly, out of nowhere, they clear-cut the trees off this 10 acres. Not that they have to tell anybody, I agree with that, but as good neighbor policy, you'd think you'd talk to your neighbors and say, hey, I'm gonna do this and this, but he didn't. He's rented the 2 houses on the property, and yes, coming in from out of town, I've almost run over the pig out in the road. Had to honk my horn at 10 o'clock at night coming in from Dallas to try to get the hog to move out of the road. And, but anyway, we were unaware, but they filed a plat or had it drawn up, the replat on 7/26/23. The applicant submitted a filing, I believe, best we can tell, 1/19/24. And nobody knew of this. You guys had a hearing on 4/11/24. You had it deferred to May 9/24. It was deferred again till today. And until letters went out, and they're stamped on May 28, 2024, and my sister-in-law received her notification on May the 30th. And until that, nobody knew what was going on down there. I had a conversation with Mr. Roberto Rodriguez on Monday, June the 3rd, and I asked him what he wanted to do. His answer to me was he wanted to replat these into 7 different lots, and that he wanted to put tiny homes. My thought is, okay, tiny homes, 500, maybe 700 square feet. And I said that to him, and his response was, yes, and maybe up to 1,200 square feet. And he said he was just going to put one, he was going to keep the 2 houses that were already there, and then add 5 more. To this day, we don't know of anything else about what's going on. My in-laws, family members that live there, as you've heard, goats and dogs and pigs. I've incurred the dogs and the pig. But this is just an unacceptable place to do that. And if I'd had time, I would have gone and taken pictures even today of the 2 houses. And even though my in-law's house is upkept by my sister-in-law next door, we don't keep the houses like that. And that house is not new. My father-in-law built that when he first got married many moons ago. But we don't keep the property like those 2 houses are down there. And I certainly don't want to see any more. My wife and I talked about building a house at the end of Chardale on the 1.13 acres that she has. And until recently, there was school bus up there, there was rotting away, there was trucks, there was cars all up in the hill. And finally, the guy wound up selling all that and having it moved after a good 12 years. And I don't see any of that if I come back here and build. By the way, I'm a native of North Little Rock. My wife, like I said, grew up there all of her life till we got married in '77. And so I would ask you to turn down the replat And Mr. Rodriguez and JRC needs to kind of rethink the way that they're handling things. And it's caused somewhat of a distrust because he's known what he wants to do, but he hadn't bothered to talk to anybody. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, the applicant can come back up to the podium here, and you can answer or address any of the comments, concerns that the opposition had.
I just prepared the plat for the 7-lot land use, and I'll answer any questions that y'all have.
All right, before we get to the commissioners' questions or comments, we have staff. Monty, go ahead.
Just to clarify a few things, the applicant did complete notifications as required by this commission to all abutting property owners. It was done, the notice was correct, they used an abstract list, it was done in a timely manner. The applicant has deferred this application a couple of times because they were working on drainage analysis for our engineering division. Typically, when an applicant knows they're going to defer, they don't do notifications for a meeting. They will wait and notify when they know they're coming before the commission, which happened here. So the notifications were done as per requirements. The applicant does have a state of Arkansas Health Department approval for septic systems on these lots. Mr. Cunningham can probably verify that the septic systems were designed for one single-family home per lot. Also, this property is not zoned. It's in the city's extraterritorial subdivision jurisdiction. It is not zoned. If this property owner wanted to build 10 tiny homes today on this property, he could do so as long as he can get septic approval. The county will issue him an address for every house that he wants to build on this property if he can get septic approval, and the volunteer fire department to say that they will service the property. It's that simple. There are no use issues, no use requirements for this property. So I just wanted to really clarify that because things were being said about livestock, and I believe one of the opponents said they operate a business on their property. That's fine. It's not zoned. There are no zoning requirements.
Thank you. All right. Yes, you have a comment?
Referring to money's notification requirements done correctly, I have an abstract list that was done by a licensed abstract company. The notice went to a Miss Darlene Sue Dreer Davis. Her name is also indicated on the abstract list.
Thank you. All right, so we want to open the floor up here to any commissioners who have any questions.
Marty, just a quick clarification. So I really do feel for the neighbors because like things waking up and seeing a pig in your front yard just sounds horrible. But what you're saying is the uses and things like that, that is separate from what our discussion is here today. Is that fair?
What's before you is simply a request to create 7 lots out of these 2 tracts.
Commissioner Hart, go ahead.
I would just say, we get this question a lot from, it seems like it comes up at every meeting about the notifications, and those notifications go out to properties that are within 200 feet of the boundary of the subject property.
In the case of a plat, it's just adjacent owners.
Just adjacent owners, okay, all right. So if your property is not touching this subject property, the owner was not required to send you a notice in registered mail. So we get that a lot. 200 feet is not a lot normally, so. Yes, Torrance.
On the abstract list, it lists Darlene Sue Dreer Davis, William Darrell Dreer, and Virginia Marie Dreer Pollard as the owners of lot of record. There is a certified mail receipt dated on the 28th as required that went to Darlene Sue Dreer Davis. The applicant or the abutting property owner was notified properly.
All right. If there are not any more questions, I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the application as submitted with all of staff's recommendations.
Mr. Chair, I have one question, maybe 2.
All right, go ahead, Commissioner.
I'll just take 5 seconds. Question to the applicant. So the timber has already been cut? So I'm looking at Google Earth and it looks wooded.
Correct, yes, sir.
When was the timber cut?
I do not have a clue.
And is it just,
Went out there to survey it, it had already been cut.
and it's pasture land now? Pretty much. It's pasture land, it's grass? Dirt?
I'd say it's tops, more than anything, it's just the timbered tops.
Got it. Okay. Was it hardwood or pine? Just curious. Pine. Okay. Mr. Straymore? Okay. And then I'm sorry, Mr. Pollard, did you have something to say, sir?
Yes, Commissioner, that was cut in either 21 or early 22 because my father-in-law passed shortly thereafter.
And neighbors, the nature of your objection is you would prefer that it stays in the 2 lots, not the 7, correct? Got it. Okay. All right. And then one last question, the applicant. Was there a reason that you didn't reach out to the neighbors or the developer? I mean, obviously not required by law to do so, but just in general, when you develop properties, do you take your neighbors' feedback into consideration?
We did what we was required.
Roger.
I don't know if you was developing a lot and you had 200 lots and 3,000 neighbors, are you gonna knock on the door?
I get it. I get
And
it.
as a surveyor, I do know that, you know, when we're out working, we try to let the neighbors know that we're there working. But as far as going to every door and knocking on every door and telling them what we're doing, we do not. But if we see somebody in the yard, I won't run from them. I mean, I will, you know, tell them what we've got on our mind and what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, we have a motion on the floor, but before we have a second, are there any other questions from any other commissioners? If not, we do have a motion from Commissioner Russell on the floor.
Second.
And we have a second now. So can we get a roll call vote for that, please?
Brown?
Yes.
Hart?
Yes.
Hodges?
Yes.
Lunday?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Person?
Yes.
Samad? Vogel?
Yes.
Baxter?
Come back to me then.
Russell?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Russell, you're inaudible.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. Vickers?
Yes.
Baxter?
Not that it matters. Yes.
Motion's approved. Motion passes.
Thank you very much, applicant. At this particular time, we just want to give everybody maybe a restroom break or just a quick break. We're going to take 6, and we will be back here shortly, okay? Thank you. with item number 8. The applicant is present for item number 8. Please make your way to the podium. All right, and Monty, could you please give the reading?
Item number 8, file number Z9979. This Perez Manufactured Home Conditional Use Permit located at 7702 Mapleville Pike. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit to place a 76 by 32 foot double-wide manufactured home on the property near the southeast corner of the site. The property contains 8.84 acres. The site is currently vacant. The west half of the property is located within the floodway, the east half being in the floodplain. The proposed house will be located within the floodplain area. Access to the property will be via a driveway coming off of Mapleville Pike. There'll be enough parking for 2 vehicles. The applicant has stated, that there will be no decks, porches, or outbuildings associated with this structure. There'll be only stairs to the dwelling. All setbacks comply with zoning code regulations. Staff is in support of the requested CUP. Staff believes the request is reasonable and the proposed use is appropriate for this location. Staff recommends approval of the CUP request, subject to compliance with comments and conditions noted in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
All right, applicant, please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners, and we know it's late for you as well. We appreciate your time. My name is Milton De Jesus. I'm an attorney with Rainwater, Holt, and Sexton, and I represent Mr. David Perez, who is the applicant, and he is here with me.
All right, and you all may kind of, speak now. I believe we have one card in opposition that would like to speak on this matter, and if I'm saying that correctly. I don't know if Sean is going.
We'll defer, Your Honor.
Yes, we have one card in opposition here.
We'll defer.
But would you like to defer?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, well, we have our esteemed city board leader here, Ms. Joan Adcock. She would like to make her way to the podium.
Thank you. I know how tired all of you are because I've sat right there. Of course, Sean over here had the easiest seat in the house. So mobile homes, over my last 32 years, I can remember several times that mobile homes has come to the Planning Commission to us at the city board. And every time the vote has been no, because we do not allow mobile homes in the city of Little Rock single. We have some mobile home parks. In Southwest Little Rock, we have 35 mobile home parks, and we work every day trying to reduce that number because it does a negative impact on our city. We have several that are waiting now to be demolished. The judge has always said they would be demolished, and the city is going to demolish them. But that's not my one reason for being here. My other reason is the fact that this is at Hyman Park. This is over at, now some of you I'm sure have been Boy Scouts, and today we had 60 Boy Scouts at Hyman Park. We have done a master street plan, and in the master street plan we had the committee of the community that came and put in what would they like to have. And we also had people from Boy Scouts of America come in and put what they would like to do with Hyman Park. Hyman Park has a playground, they have a pavilion, they have the disc golf, but what we're wanting to do is to take the end of it over by North Chico and Mapleville Pike and make it into a wilderness camp. Now, some of you young men may remember going to wilderness camp, and we wanted to make the entrance over there because in talking to the neighborhood, they did not want the neighborhood to be the entrance to a Boy Scout wilderness camp. So we looked at Mapleville Pike and Chico where this mobile home would be, and to make that the income from the whole community plus all the state of Arkansas into this park for young people. And I just don't think a mobile home sitting there is going to be an addition to the frontage that we want to make this for our city. We have 2 mobile home parks in the area. They're old. And hopefully, one by one, they will be removed from the city. We're not adding new mobile home parks. We're trying to get rid of what we have. So please, I ask you, don't put a mobile home park in something that we have worked so hard to be beautiful. When the master street plan comes back, we have talked to French Hill, we have talked to the state of Arkansas Parks and Recreation, and everyone is going to put money into this, and we want it to be a showplace, but not only Southwest Little Rock, but for the city of Little Rock. So please don't add a mobile home to what we envision to be a welcoming thing to this whole state. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Adcock. All right, if the applicant can
Thank you.
to the podium here, and now the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm a great fan of Ms. Adcock. Matter of fact, she's helped me. I represent a lot of Hispanics with immigration issues, and she's been a champion for us. And I'm sorry that she's opposing our effort. And what she's opposing is a mobile home. And I think we've indicated that this is going to be his personal home. And I think that we've indicated the size of that home. I think it's probably a A1 home. It's a brand new home. So he's not buying a beat up trailer and bringing it in there. And I think we've indicated that to the city staff. The other thing is that property sat there for quite a long time. It's got a flowway that goes through there. There may be flooding issues. I think if there is a master plan, the city or whoever wants to develop that property for Boy Scouts could have bought that land. That land sat there for a long time. My client put his money together, purchased that land with the problems that land has. He's going to have to do a lot of work to be able to prepare it to put his mobile home, but he was willing to do that. And so I think, unfortunately, what Ms. Adcock is saying is, in the future, we might have all of this. And I think we were here for the initial master plan, and one of the things I heard is, this is a plan. It may not come to fruition because it has to be funded. There are a lot of other issues. I think the same thing would apply to their hopes. But my client has done something right now, and I think it would be tragic for him not to be able to move forward simply because we want to do some other things. And so we'll defer to you. You're you work very hard, as you indicated, you're volunteers to help make our city more beautiful. But this is a gentleman who's put his money where his mouth is, and he wants to develop that property for himself. And if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. All right, we're going to open the floor up to commissioners that have any particular questions or comments at this time.
I have a couple of questions. I have one question of staff. Why is a mobile home, which is a residential use, a conditional use permit?
The zoning ordinance considers a manufactured home, and before I go any further, a mobile home as defined by code is a pre-regulation, pre-1976 structure. A post-1976, which is a regulated structure, is a manufactured home by code, and they are regulated. They are considered a use by the code. It is considered a use. It is a single-family structure, but it is defined as a use, and it requires a conditional use permit in residential zones.
Wow. Okay. And so second, just to clarify Director Adcock's comments, this is not a mobile home park. This is a parcel of land that has been purchased by a single user, and that single user plans to put one single family residence, I don't care what you call it, a single-family residence on this property for his personal use. Yes?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments? If not,
What was the size of the parcel?
It's between 8 and 9 acres, almost 9 acres.
Why is that relevant?
Make a motion to
General
approve.
health, safety, and welfare, I think that's why it's relevant, Commissioner Russell. I'm
It's
just going to make
legally
a
needed
statement.
parcel
I'm just going to make a
for
statement.
residential use.
I'm an Eagle Scout, and I've talked to Director Adcock about this thing, as well as others in our city and state. And I think it's a tremendous idea, and I hope that it takes place. But unfortunately, things are what they are, and I'll be voting in support of this.
do we have any other questions or comments from the commissioners by way of the applicant? If not, I would, Commissioner Vogel, did you have a question?
No.
If not, I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the application as submitted with all of staff's recommendations in the staff agenda.
Second.
We have a motion on the table in a second. Can we get a roll call for voting, please?
Brown,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hodges,
No.
Lunday,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Person,
Yes.
Samad, Vogel,
Yes.
Baxter,
Yes.
Russell,
Aye.
Vickers.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, applicant.
Excused?
And also thank you, Director Adcock, for coming out. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to move forward here, and we're going to do something here because it's actually on the same item. Before we go to the next one, I'm going to let our city attorney speak here on this matter, just for the record.
Sure. I think we're going to group the group homes.
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I want to introduce Cameron Bowden. He's new to our office. He's the deputy city attorney. He will be rotating in and out with the planning commission so that he can learn this job. We want to make sure that we have people that are continually trained and understand this role. The next thing that I want to talk about, and Cameron will do a presentation if needed. I've talked to the board members, Director Webb, or Director Adcock and Director Peck, and I've talked to the neighborhood. We're going to go into the group homes. We've looked at this. We've talked to Tom Carpenter. We've done our research all this week. We've determined that the Planning Commission has no discretionary authority to deny these based upon the number. We've talked to the neighbors. Obviously, they're not happy. They do still want to speak on this matter in regards to public safety, health, and welfare. I think because of due process and First Amendment rights, we should allow that for them to just speak limitedly. They understand that, but I want to put the commission on notice because of the ADA and the Fair Housing Act. The commissioners have absolutely no authority whatsoever to deny those 8 applications.
Can you repeat the attorney's name? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat the gentleman's name?
Cameron Bowden.
Bauer.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And if the commission would need some background as to why we came to that decision, Cameron is willing to make a presentation. I know it's been a long day, so we will leave that up to the chair and the commission.
No, Attorney Bowden, you can give an abbreviated version of this, and if any commissioner needs any detailed information, of course, they can get that information up on time. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief with this. So we just wanted to address the public and the commission just to kind of make sure that any discussion or comment here is productive. Anything about anyone's disability status or a particular disability, whether that's mental disability, physical disability, substance use disorder, any of that is not going to be relevant for these items. What the ordinance does allow us to discuss things like spacing of existing facilities, existing zoning and land use, the maximum number of individuals in a home, need for or access to public transit, access to support services and parking availability. As Mr. Overton said, basically there's a presumption that's written into the ordinance or into the city code rather, that basically any group home under 8 persons is presumed to be approved. That's based on case law that comes to us from the United States Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit. What does not fall under that presumption, I think it's an important exception to note, direct threats, a tenant who poses a direct threat to neighbors or to property is not going to be covered under that exemption. But we did want to make sure, just to give those parameters to make sure that those concerned citizens that are here tonight and the commission itself keep things to basically a productive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so having that being said, what we're going to do, because of the community living on the different addresses, we have item number 12, item 16, item 17, and item 19 will be brought together and held together because it's the applicant. So if the applicant is present, please make your way to the podium. And what we're going to do, Monty, on this, since we're grouping them together, if you can have a summary reading thereof and then include the addresses under each item that they're going to be at, and then we can open it up from there.
Okay, item 12, file number Z9880A. This is Community Living Number 1 Group Home located at 12553 Rivercrest. The applicant is requesting an SUP to allow the group home facility to be operated in this existing single-family residence. Zoned R2, the proposed group home will have a maximum of 4 disabled residents at any given time. The site, and I'll just be real brief with these. If you have any questions, we can go into that. The residence does comply with the city standards as per minimum area per dwelling unit and minimum area per bedroom. And staff does recommend approval of the SUP subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 16, file number Z9884A. This is the Community Living Number 5 Group Home, Special Use Permit Number 4, Jack Nicholas Cove. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow a group home facility to be operated in an existing single-family residence. The group home will have a maximum of 4 disabled residents at any given time. This application also conforms with the minimum code requirements for the dwelling unit per person and the bedroom area per person. Staff recommends approval of the SUP subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Item 17, Z9885A, Community Living Number 6 Group Home, Special Use Permit located at 10 Ben Hogan Cove. The applicant is requesting an SUP to allow a group home facility at this location. The proposed group will have a maximum of 5 disabled residents. And it's like the other two, this does conform with the minimum area for the house per occupant and the minimum area per bedroom per occupant. Staff recommends approval, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. And item 19, Z9887A, Community Living Number 8 Group Home, Special Use Permit. This is located at 2211 Westport Loop. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow a group home to be operated within this residence. The proposed group home will have a maximum of 5 disabled residents. Again, this one does comply with the minimum code requirements for the total unit per occupant and the bedroom area per occupant. Staff does recommend approval of the special use permit, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
Thank you, Monty. All right, applicant, you can state your name for the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mike Childers. I'm a partner at the Friday, Eldridge & Clark law firm here in Little Rock. With me is Brandon Hartzell. He is the Director of Residential Services for Arkansas Enterprises for the Developmentally Disabled. AEDD, their affiliate Community Living Inc. is the applicant. I'll be very brief. We appreciate that the City Attorney's Office has agreed with us that the city really has no discretion here to deny these applications for SUPs. There are no documented incidents that we're aware of any of the residents of these homes having caused any danger to other residents or to the neighborhood or causing any property damage. We would appreciate that the city approve these applications, and we'll defer the rest of our time. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question here just for the city attorney. Sean, maybe you can step in and ask. We do have some opposition, and I know a lot of opposition have left. For the ones that are here, would you?
Yes, those who are opposed to the group homes, could you please stand? The chair received a lot of green cards. I've talked to a lot of the members. There may be some of you that still want to speak in regards to just the public safety, health, and welfare. And once again, we're doing this for due process and to allow the opportunity for them to get on their record the public safety, health, and welfare concerns that they have. But the boards or the commissions cannot deny these applications based upon the city attorney's legal opinions.
All right, so at the time, we have a host of different cards here. If you're in opposition, what I would like to do is if you can actually come up and line up, and we definitely, for the record, we do want to hear any opposition or what you're opposed of on the particular. So when you come up, just state your name, and you can state the item number or the address and the address that you're opposing. So please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Quang Nguyen, resident of Walton Heights, opposing the one on Rivercrest, 553 Rivercrest Drive. My name is Quang Nguyen, resident and member of the Walton Heights HOA Board. I will be speaking on behalf of Marion Gavin, who is our Walton Heights HOA president. She states, "I regret that I'm unable to attend this important meeting. Therefore, I felt it's necessary to send a note outlining our board's interaction with AEDD. Additionally, Marion has sent an email to Jordan Bradley, I hope you guys have received it, which contains supplemental context of this matter. You should have 1 video and 3 photos. So, good evening, Little Rock Planning Commission. With no prior communication from AEDD, our neighborhood residents first learned about the group home through a notice posted on a door of their newly acquired house. We promptly met with Brandon Hartzell, Director of Residential Services, to address our concerns. We asked many questions, several of which Brandon would evade and not respond at all. Questions such as, with 4 residents in the facility, how does a caretaker not count as a resident? What are the rules of the house, etc.? There wasn't much we can do, so we decided as a board to take it as a wait and see attitude. So problems started to happen soon after. On June 22nd, 2023, a neighbor from across the street arranged a meeting with Mr. Hartzell to discuss a serious incident that has occurred a few weeks earlier. Brandon apologized and said that the caretaker was fired for leaving the residence unattended. He stated that new rules were being written and that we would receive said rules within 2 weeks. We never received them. All emails and formal communications were ignored. During their time of operation, some negative events were noticed by residents, such as the continued police and ambulance calls to the home. Additionally, the transportation van repeatedly exceeded the speed limit throughout the day. Since many backyards in our neighborhood are unusable due to the mountain terrain, children often play in the front yard. We even do not even have sidewalks here. Also, caretakers repeatedly park in the yard instead of using the driveway, which is a municipal violation. There should be an attached picture which is shared to you. Residents have noted their trash containers are overflowing and empty cans are left by the roads for weeks. Finally, adults on properties have been yelling at passing walkers and runners. Yes, all of this is problematic, but it pales in comparison to the treatment these disabled individuals are receiving. The number of severities of police reports more than prove the point, and these are only the reported incidents. The next door neighbor, a firefighter, has a daughter who's too frightened to go outside in her own yard because of these residents. They intimidate her. He informed us.
Well, we're going to stop it right there.
Okay.
We're getting a little outside of the boundary of what I'm comfortable with in regards to the American Disabilities Act and the Fair Housing Act. So.
Well, it's an incident.
Okay. I'm going to let you continue. I just want to caution you.
He informs the client of this facility has banged on the door at their house hours of the night, scaring the entire family. So we question, why are they unsupervised in the middle of the night? Where is the caretaker? In one instance, police arrives at the home. Our firefighter resident goes outside to see if he can help. One woman that he tried to calm down kept crying and saying the caretaker hit her. Mentioned earlier, you should have received the video clip of the incident to see for yourself of the counts of one of the clients. AEDD website says, quote, in fulfilling our mission, we are guided by a commitment to excellent respect, compassion, integrity, and accountability. They talk the talk. AEDD takes donation and government money to house these people, but neither the residents nor the neighbor benefit from it, but AEDD does. I support many charities, but not this one. Finally, this is not a good situation as it stands for the residents of Walton Heights and the clients of AEDD. We urge the Planning Commission to listen to the community members' concerns and reject their continued operation in Walton Heights. Thank you. Marion Gavin.
Thank you. Please step to the podium and state your name for the record and which item number you are referring to.
It'll be item number 9880A. And I live at 12573 Rivercrest Drive. My name's Alexander Hronis. And my background is property management. I've been a firefighter for many years and bought my house just a few years ago, and AEDD bought the house next door to me. And ever since then, we've been having issues of, May of last year, worked 24-hour shift, I come home and I hear yelling and screaming outside. And so all of a sudden I go outside and this lady's trying to get in my house. I don't know who she is. And I guess there was a caretaker in a car out there. And the caretaker says, oh, everything's fine, and then drives off and leaves her right in front of my house. So I have to guide her next door. And I knock on the door, no answer. There's supposedly other people upstairs sleeping. And I have to call 911 and for a welfare check. And so all of a sudden I'm responsible for my next door neighbor, which is fine. I watch out for my neighbors. That's the right thing to do. But this is a business that's being run next door to my house. And it's not what I signed up for when I bought my first home. And after that incident, there's been multiple other police reporting numbers. We got 067012. Have a caregiver and a resident, and they end up fighting, and there's a third-degree battery charge, domestic battery charge against both of them. So we have Mr. Hartzell's going to stand up here, and he's going to tell you exactly what you want to hear. But he doesn't have to live next door and worry about what's going on. And I'm worried about their safety, and they're in the road, have to go out to the road and guide them inside. I'm just, it's just a matter of time before something bad is going to happen. And then everyone's going to sit around and say, we never saw this coming. But everyone around here in the neighborhood sees it coming. I strongly oppose this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Please step to the podium and state your name for the record.
My name is Jason Burke. I'm here to discuss
item Z9887-A. I live at 2215 West Port Loop. I was actually very excited that a group home could facilitate a good living space. My only and my main concern was down to the overcrowded parking. This property at 2211 Westport Loop is at the end of a no outlet driveway where 5 residences are. The property at 2215 will be, the special use permit will allow for 3 drivers plus 2 staff members with cars. So that will be 5 cars on the property. There are technically 5 parking spots if you double park your cars. 2 cars in the garage, 2 cars double parked behind them, 1 on the side. I'm concerned this does create a safety issue if there were a fire or other emergency. In addition to that, during an emergency, a ambulance or other emergency vehicles would have to double park behind the double parked vehicles, creating a lack of egress for all residents in the 5 houses on this no outlet driveway. I support the efforts of AEDD. I think this was a poor choice in property because of the safety for all of the community members and their ability to egress during emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, could you please step forward, state your name, and please state the item number you're referencing?
Yes, Carla Smith. I live at 2209 Westport Loop, which is across the street from the subject on Z-9887-A. Can you hear me okay? Because I'm kind of short.
Yes, you can adjust the mic too if you need to.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
My concern is for the residents, just like Mr. Jason Burke just spoke. We have witnessed residents on foot through the neighborhood, unoccupied, unsupervised, and we are concerned about their safety, not only for the resident, but any bystanders. We don't know anything about these residents, what might trigger them or for their safety.
We got to, okay, now you're getting into talking about someone's disability, and we're absolutely going to stop it. That is a violation of the Fair Housing Act, the American Disabilities Act.
Can I request that we keep all comments to things that pertain specifically to zoning issues?
Sure. Not a problem. Can I mention, though, it was said that there has not been any incidences with ambulance or police with residents where there was an ambulance and they did have to take a resident to the hospital. And there is a record for that.
That is not a planning commission issue.
Okay. So zoning, yes, we all purchased our homes as single-family residents in this neighborhood. It's a quiet alley, very little traffic. We pride our property. Just like Jason said, we support AEDD. I'm all about supporting disabilities. But when it comes to the property is not being maintained or they're not complying with the zoning, that's a concern. Because we bought our property as single family. And I do want to ask one question. In the application, it mentions this home is a 1-level home. I believe it's multi because there are 2 decks on the back of the property, and I do believe there are stairs. I don't know if that's a concern, but I did want to point that out. Is there anything else I can share that would help?
I think that'd be all. I think we don't have any particular questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next, could you please come to the podium? Please state your name and the item number you're referencing.
My name is Justin Moore. Referencing the same item number as the previous 2, the Z-9887-A. And when I was looking for a house in Little Rock in 2014, one of the things I told my realtor was I want, a place that is safe and still going to be safe in 15 years. And I felt like the Times delivered on that. It was nice and private, like the dead-end drive, like they mentioned previously. It's just 5 houses there. And everything was fine And we virtually never seen police out there for anything until this went into place. And they've been out there multiple times since then. And the ironic thing is, if they had applied for the special use permit before they moved in, I probably would have ignorantly been okay with it. But now that I've seen, you know, how they run it, where all this happens, they litter out on the road, all the things that everyone else talked about, I don't think it's a good idea with how they run it. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right. So the applicant, you're definitely more than welcome to come back up to the podium here. And we're going to open the floor up. Commissioner Vogel, you have a question?
I have several
Comment?
questions. Can you repeat what the entity name is that owns these houses or is?
The entity that holds title is Community Living, Inc. It's an affiliate of AEDD.
Can you say ADDD? Is it 3 Ds?
AEDD, Arkansas Enterprises for the Developmentally Disabled.
Is that a for-profit entity or a not-for-profit entity?
That is a nonprofit entity that was founded in 1971.
A 501c3 or is it? Okay.
Correct.
All right. And so are these residents having to sign a lease or are they under guardianship?
They've signed leases.
Okay.
Other questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Hodges, go ahead.
Do you have around-the-clock resident supervisors each home?
In the event that a resident is present, staff will be present as well. We have certain times of the day where one of the residents may not be home, but the purpose of staff
Do you
is,
have staff around the clock at each home?
if a resident is present, yes, we do. But if no residents are present, then we would not have staff there.
Any other questions? I have a question on what's the maximum capacity that you would have for each, for the particular residence? Is that one per room?
We do operate one per room. Maximum capacity just depends on this. Obviously, we have several different homes, so
Right.
max capacity would be.
Well, if it's a
dependent on
if it's a 3-bedroom home, then you
I
have,
think staff has already answered that they meet the minimum square footage requirements per resident.
no, I understand. So if there's a maximum of, let's just say, 3 rooms and you have 3 patients, what is the staff on there? Is it one staff for those 3, or are you saying that you have, if it's more than 2, you have a personnel there for, for 2-person, or how does your company policy work on that? It's just one person
very
per household,
specific.
or what?
It's very specific to the needs of what the residents are. Some need more assistance than others. So, we might have a 3 to 5, a 2 to 5 ratio. If there's 5 residents in the home who have a bit higher needs, we would have 2 staff. When there are residents present, like I said, we'll have at least one staff there, but not generally more than 2. We keep all of our homes at 5 residents or less. So I would imagine just a few scenarios where there might be more than 2 present. One example would be if another staff is coming by to take someone out or away from the home for a little while to do grocery shopping, for example. But generally speaking, 2 to 5, 1 to 4, kind of that range of the ratio.
Any other commissioner? Commissioner Russell, did you have a question or a comment?
No, I have no questions or comments. Staff has already given the reading. The properties meet the minimum burden for this commission, and I'm hoping we can move on to a vote.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions by any commissioners? If not, we will entertain a motion.
I mean, I appreciate,
I did want to
yes, Commissioner McDonald, please.
Oh, Commissioner McDonald, go ahead.
I just was wondering about, the complaints that the residents brought up, and then when it was originally read, it was noted that there weren't any complaints for any of the residences. So I just wanted to know about that.
Commissioner McDonald, I've talked to the neighbors in regards to the public safety, health, and welfare issues. The commission, I mean, certainly safety is a concern. Past safety, I'm not so sure that this commission can consider it because this is a new application. I don't want to get us in a class action lawsuit for an ADA and FHA violation. So what I've told the neighbors, and I'll put this on record and I'll share with the commission, if they're having issues with police, and it ends up causing a crime to occur, then they need to call the police. This is no longer a residential. This will be a business, and you have enough complaints, we're going to put you on the criminal abatement program, and whether you're a group home or have any other status, we're going to put you on the criminal abate program, take you to court, and call it a nuisance. I hope that kind of addresses your concerns.
Yes, that does. Thank you.
You know, I'm gonna, Mr. Chair, do you mind if I take the floor real quick?
Go ahead, Commissioner Baxter. The floor is yours.
I guess first question of the applicant. So these are special use permits, correct?
Yes.
And when is one, I don't know this area of the law, I practice in another sphere, which is unrelated to my work here tonight. When is one required to file special use permits, before or after the use begins in the structure?
The short answer is before. We have taken the position and shared this with the planning department when they first approached the applicant about obtaining the SUPs. There is an Arkansas state law. It's called the Location Act for Community Homes for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. It provides, without getting into too many details.
What's this ACA what? What's
It
the
is
citation?
ACA 2048-604A.
Thank you.
And it generally says that no city or other political subdivision can require a group home that operates in a single family environment for fewer than 8 individuals from having to obtain a special use permit, conditional use permit, or any kind of a variance. As you may be aware, there's also a provision of the city code that I can cite to you that says generally the same thing. Any home for not more than 8 persons is permitted in all residential zones without any requirement for a special use permit. My client and the applicant has been operating under the assumption that it was exempt. When we raised that issue after the planning department approached them, there was a disagreement with the planning department over whether the exemption applied. We tried to work it out with the city attorney's office, but the planning department filed a zoning violation against all 8 of the homes that we've discussed tonight before we could get that resolved.
What's the Little Rock Code citation for future reference?
The
What's the
city
municipal
code
code?
reference,
Yes.
it is 36-54E4F.
Okay. One last question. Parking. So zooming out from these ADA issues, 100% entirely, parking. We have denied short-term rental applications, at least in my tenure, which isn't that long, 6 months or so, on this commission for parking issues. And there was at least one, two, and obviously we didn't hear from the other folks who went home, issues with respect to parking and safety. Permanent staff, that's all, that's been analyzed with all these and that's been cleared?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, good deal. If we don't have any more questions from the commissioners, I would entertain a motion.
Can we just take 2 minutes to deliberate, just silently? Can we take 2 minutes before we make a motion? Is that permissible? I'm just not ready to make a decision. I need just 2 minutes.
You need 2 minutes?
Yeah, or can we just take a 2-minute recess, as we call it?
Yeah, commissioners, Commissioner Baxter wants to take please take a couple of minutes, Commissioner. We do have a couple other questions. So I think it was Commissioner McDonald. We had Monty want to say something first, and then Commissioner McDonald, the floor is yours afterwards. Go ahead, Monty.
All right.
I just wanted to direct this to Sean. Do we want one vote on the group or a vote on individual, each individual one?
I think you should vote on each application separately. The same rule applies to all the applications based upon the limited number of 3 or less than 8. The discretionary authority to deny or approve is removed from the commission. The city attorney has said there's no reason to deny these applications.
And that just was gonna go to my question. Is it okay to abstain? Because I just would rather do that if that's permissible.
As a point of order, if enough commissioners abstain and there are not enough yes or no votes to either approve or deny the application will continue until there are enough yes or no votes. You cannot just abstain and hope it goes away. We have to have enough votes to either approve or deny.
Okay, well, I'm abstaining because I'm not comfortable with voting.
All right, Commissioner McDonald, that's definitely that's your right. You can do that. You can abstain if you want to on this item, this one item, or all items on this subject. Did any other
Commissioner
commissioner
Lundy, I
have
think
any?
you had a question too.
Commissioner Hart, did you have something to say?
No,
Oh, I'm
sorry,
sorry. We have a couple of different people talking. I didn't get who was that speaking. Is that Commissioner Lundy? Go ahead.
Yeah, I had my hand up earlier just because if, in my opinion, if we do not have discretionary authority to vote, there should be no need for deliberation. We can't deny the action. So I would like to call a vote.
I don't feel comfortable. I don't feel comfortable batch voting these, especially after the opposition that we heard. So we're not. So we're
We
going
are
to go
not
through one
batch
by
voting.
one.
We will vote each individual application.
Roger.
Point of information, we're doing each one, but we don't have the option to vote no.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's based on the city attorney's advice. That's from extensive legal research. If the city allows this to be voted no on, we're going to be ending up trying to defend a class action on an American Disability Act and a Fair Housing Act claim. And since the city attorney has advised this commission that they can't vote no if they proceed to vote no, you have immunity as a commissioner, but when you go against the legal advice of the attorney, you lose that.
All right, thank you, John. So what we're going to do, if we can get a motion per item, beginning with item number 12Z-9880-8.
Mr. Chair, I have to interrupt one more time. What was the ACA annotation? Our code annotated what? 20, I've written it down.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Baxter.
2048 604.
2048 604A.
Correct.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yes. I mean, Sean, another conversation for another time. And I definitely see, and I have all the respect for Tom Carpenter and our city attorney and everything that you guys are doing. But I mean, I almost view this as more of a, say, for example, the Attorney General's opinion. You know, it would perhaps in many ways be in our best interest to vote, but I don't see it strictly as a requirement. To vote in a certain way, because I do think the public, help me with this one, public health, safety, and welfare, not general health, right? Public health, safety, and welfare is to be considered, and there were 6 people who spoke about things that seem to hit that on all fours.
I absolutely understand your position. I have, the city attorney has spoken. He is the legal advisor, chief legal advisor for the city of Little Rock, and you can certainly disagree with him. I don't have that privilege, and I certainly, if I have to defend this, a Fair Housing Act violation, it would be because the city was following the Fair Housing Act versus denying a group home that has 3 residents in it, based upon comments from the neighbors and on past actions. So that's just, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just stating the facts.
All right, thank you.
I would
And
tell all of the commissioners present that if you have a specific zoning ordinance that you can point to that justifies your voting no for these applications, then that is your justification, and that's all you need in order to stand on within this body.
All right, thank you. So let's do this. I know it's been all around the room.
Can I make a motion to
and-
approve item number 12 with all of staff's recommendations in the staff's agenda report?
We have a motion for item 12. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Can we please get a roll call for voting, please?
Brown,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hodges,
Reluctantly, yes.
Lunday,
Yes.
McDonald,
I guess I'll have to say yes.
Person,
Yes.
Samad, Vogel,
Yes.
Baxter.
12 is 12-5 through Rivercrest, correct? Point of information.
Item
Number 12, Z9880 Alpha, no. Yes. Thanks.
The address is 1255 Rivercrest Drive.
No.
How do you vote, sir?
No.
Thank you. Russell,
Aye.
Vickers,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. Now we're going to moving forward to item 16, if we can get a motion for item number 16.
Same motion for item 16.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for item 16. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, sir. Brown,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hodges,
Yes.
Lunday,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Person,
Yes.
Samad, Vogel,
Yes.
Baxter,
Yes.
Russell,
Aye.
Vickers,
Yes. All right, moving forward, item number
excuse me,
7.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Yes. Item number 17, if we can get a motion for item number 17, please.
Motion to approve, same as previous.
Have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Brown,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hodges,
Yes.
Lunday,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Person,
Yes.
Samad, Vogel,
Yes.
Baxter,
Yes.
Russell,
Aye.
Vickers,
Yes.
motion passes.
And for item number 19, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve, same as previous.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Brown,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hodges,
One more reluctant, yes.
Lunday,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Person,
Yes.
Samad, Vogel,
Yes.
Baxter,
No.
Russell,
Aye.
Vickers.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right. Thank you, applicant, for coming in. Thank you. For your time. You have a good day. We're going to move forward.
Commissioner, just one question, just to confirm. My name's Dave Graff, and I'm with the Friday firm as well. On the other 4 homes, they've previously been approved through the consent agenda, correct? That's correct. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move forward to item number 30. Is the applicant present for item number 30?
Chairman, Commissioners, my name's Tim. You want to go ahead, Monty?
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Just give us one moment. Monty, we're going to do for the reading.
Mr. Do you have just one card on this one?
Yeah, I just have one card.
Could we ask if the opponent is here present as well?
Yes, it says Sarah Mosley. Is Sarah Mosley present? It says Telco FCU.
For due process, I'd like to check the hall outside, please.
Yes.
Sarah Mosley is the name?
Yes, Sarah Mosley.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarah Mosley is not present, so we're going to proceed with that. So we actually do not have any opposition at this time. You want to do the reading, Monty? But this was moved from consent.
It was on the consent agenda. If it's okay, I'll go straight to recommendation. This is item number 30, Z4859D, People's Trust Federal Credit Union, PDC, 1404 South Bowman Road. Staff recommends approval of the PDC request, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D, E, and F, and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
Thank you. This time I open the floor up to any commissioners. Do you have any questions? If not, I will entertain a motion for.
Chairman, if I may, I would not have missed those last 2 items, Dreher Lane and the special use permits. I've enjoyed the evening, and thank you for your time and effort that you spent on the board.
Thank you. All right, at this particular time, if we have a motion on the table.
Motion to approve as submitted with all staff's recommendations.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Brown,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hodges,
Yes.
Lunday,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Person,
Yes.
Samad, Vogel,
Yes.
Baxter,
Yes.
Russell,
Aye.
Vickers.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, applicant. All right, moving forward, item number 34, Z-9984. Is the applicant present? If so, please make your way to the podium, and we will have a summary, if you want to just take a summary reading of the.
You have cards on this one?
We have one opposition. Is Henry Draughter available? Okay, we do have one. Okay.
Item number 34, Z9984, MW Enterprises LLC, PDR, 2500 West 18th Street. The applicant is proposing to rezone this 0.16 acre site from R4 to PDR to construct a 2-family residence or a duplex in the front portion of the property and a detached garage which will contain a 3rd unit in the rear portion of the property. The 2-family residence and the detached garage containing the 3rd unit will be accessed from an alley along the rear property line. Since primary vehicular access to the proposed garages in the backyard will be from the existing public alley running west to east from Jones Street to the north property line of the lot, the public alley will be required to be reconstructed and improved to city standards from Jones Street to the northeast corner of the property. Each duplex unit will front West 18th Street, contain 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. The 3rd unit will be at the rear of the property and be a 1-bedroom, 1-bath structure. On-site parking will be accessed from the alley in the rear of the property. There are as many as 5 vehicles that can be parked on the property. The applicant notes that, or staff has reviewed the parking plan and is supportive of that. Staff is supportive of the requested PDR zoning. The applicant is requesting no variances with this request. The proposed development will not be out of character in size with other residential developments in the surrounding properties in this area. The applicant has constructed and owns 2 additional PDR developments within the same block, which also has access from the alley. Staff feels the minor increase in traffic will be minimal, and the proposed development will have no adverse impact on the surrounding properties. And therefore, staff recommends approval of the requested PDR rezoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
Thank you, Monty. Applicant, please state your name for the record.
Melissa Wyatt.
All right, Ms. Wyatt, you can speak now. We have 1 card in opposition. You can defer your time and then speak afterwards.
I'll defer.
All right, thank you. All right, we have 1 card, and it's Henry Drotter. Please come to the podium, please. All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in opposition of this project, but I need your help, please. Ultimately, I may be objecting to the process. Some months ago, I stood at this podium and spoke against a project that is similar to this one, which is also on 18th Street. In fact, only a stone's throw separates them. During my previous objection, I spoke to the change to the neighborhood of my childhood. The increased noise and traffic and the strategic timing of this meeting, which has a negative impact on participation by the Black residents of the community. This commission hastily and unanimously approved the previous application. Among my previous comments was the avalanche of similar projects with approval, so here we are. Given that this project closely resembles the previously approved project, Mr. Chairman, what exactly could I forward in the way of opposition that you and the other commission members would even consider to disapprove this project? Mr. Chairman, any member of the commission, what could I say to you for you to even consider disapproval when I have voiced extensively my disapproval with the previous project, which is the same as this one, and is on the same street? What would you hear from me to even consider disapproval? Hello, are you there?
Are you asking us a
I thought that
question?
was rhetorical. I didn't know if that was a direct
I would actually
question.
like to address the I would actually like to address this if I may. Sir, I completely sympathize with your opposition to the development. What I would say in response is the applicant is proposing to build a duplex, which they are within the R4 zone, completely within their rights to do. The only thing that they're asking for is the third unit, which is why they're asking to rezone from R4 to a PDR, which is a planned residential development. As staff has said, this development is not out of character with the surrounding environment. I know it can be, or it can seem as though you're losing the historic character of your neighborhood, as you said, the neighborhood that you grew up in. But I think perhaps you might agree that in order for communities to grow, they have to develop. And this is one of the housing types that this area is zoned for. And it is characteristic of the neighborhood, and it's even characteristic of neighborhoods that thrive and are very healthy because they offer multiple housing types for a myriad of residents, whether they be homeowners, renters, or homeowners that also have renters. So, you know, I appreciate you coming out and letting your voice be heard, but you know, myself as a commissioner and as an architect who's passionate about providing housing for people that need it, these are the types of projects that we need within our city, within all corners of our city, to continue to grow as a community and provide diverse, affordable housing options for the people that need it the most.
Your passion is deaf to my ears. This change was made by the Planning Commission that you speak to. And this was, and you're changing it, it was a single family community. You're changing it to a multifamily community, and it's a decision that you made. This property, this project is the same as the one that was previously approved, and it will likely not be the last. In my previous comments, I mentioned perception, that these meetings are perfunctory in nature. The decision has already been made. However, the meeting is to be held, and the commission's vote has to be documented. Your passion, which for me was a non-answer, affirms that perception for me. Shame on you, Little Rock Planning Commission, for disregarding the intellect of the Black community and making a mockery of the public participation process.
If I may.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner Vogel.
I think what is hardest for the citizens of this city to realize is this is an advisory commission. We simply give recommendations to the city board. Aside from CUPs and SUPs, we don't have the authority to change. That becomes the city board who we vote on each one of those members. So we may not have a lot of teeth, but we do have advisory and recommendation opportunities. And I think you'll see many times, you've been here all night. We've tried many, many times to understand what's going on. And I think the underlying question is more about what we need to do as a commission. And I agree, we need to do more to try and plan how this city functions long term. And there are many people like you who have questions about why this city is going in a certain direction. And if people don't stand up and talk and hear or get heard, then the people who get a chance to make the ultimate decision, which is not this body, we're going to make a recommendation. It's going to go to the city board. If the city board votes in favor of it, you still have a right as a citizen to appeal that. Just as if the applicant gets their vote denied tonight, she still gets to go and have her voice heard. We are a part of the process. The process is what's flawed. I agree. It's not perfect, but you're going to have some way to figure out how the city is going to grow or not and shrink. And if we don't address that as a group, then, please know that people are listening. And please know that we do want to try and figure this out. That's why we're up here trying to figure it out. Okay?
It's always the other guy or girl, isn't it?
No.
If you know who they are, would you tell them
I know who.
what this problem is? Please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Can the applicant please come back to the podium? All right, madam, the floor is yours if you'd like to make any comments or.
I guess my comment is, he's right. I bought 2504, I bought 2516 18th Street. I just bought 2500 West 18th Street from the city. It was on the city's books for a very long time. And so my goal is just to provide affordable housing, right? One of the requirements of me purchasing 2500 from the city was to provide affordable housing. And so that's what we're doing. That's what my company stands for. We became a certified B Corp company in January of this year. And so we do good business. And so I know there's always going to be some opposition, but we need housing. And so that's why we're here.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm going to open the floor up if any of the commissioners have any particular questions. The applicant? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as submitted with all staff's recommendations.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Can I get a roll call for vote, please?
Brown?
Yes.
Hart?
Yes.
Hodges?
Yes.
Lunday?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Person?
Yes.
Samad? Vogel?
Yes.
Baxter?
Yes.
Russell?
Aye.
Vickers?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, applicant. All right, we have our last item for this evening. Item number 39, Z-9998. Is the applicant present? All right, please make your way to the podium. We do have one card in opposition and one in favor this evening. So can we get the reading, Monty, for item number 39?
Item 39, file number Z9998, George STR2 PDC located at 1422 South Battery Street. The applicant proposed to rezone this is 0.16 acre property located at 1422 South Battery Street from R3 to PDC to allow use of the property as a short-term rental 2 with a maximum stay of 29 days. The owner will not reside at the residence. The entire structure will be rented out as one unit. The property is occupied by a 3,104 square foot, 5-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-story house. The property has been operating as an STR2 since February of this year. There is parking off the rear alley for 2 cars. The applicant provided a bill of assurance for this property dated May of 1877. There are no use issues that staff could find with the bill of assurance. There have been no Department of Planning and Development enforcement cases nor any police reports for this property. The applicant provided responses and additional information to all issues raised during staff's review of the application. The applicant is requesting no variances. There is one adopted STR within a quarter mile of this application, one adopted STR between a quarter mile and a half mile, and then 4 additional STRs between a half and 3/4, a total of 8 within a 1 mile radius of the application. Currently, to give you an update, currently the Department of Planning and Development has 98 short-term rentals in our database. And staff recommends approval of this PDC zoning request subject to compliance with the comments and conditions noted in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
All right, thank you. Applicant, please state your name for the record.
Crystal George.
All right, okay. And Ms. George, you have one card in opposition and one in favor for you. You can speak now, or you can defer your time and then come back up afterwards. It's
For my time.
choice. All right, great. So we have one card in opposition, Denise Leeson. Please come to the podium.
Good evening. Thank you for spending your evening. I hope that we all make it home in time to go to work tomorrow morning. I'm glad to meet the owner. I live across the street in the greenhouse with the ferns hanging from the porch. I hope good things. Good. Oh, yes. I am delighted that Crystal George purchased this house. It's a huge old house that would probably still be vacant had she not purchased it. When it was purchased, I assumed that it would be lived in by a single family, by a large family, but a family. I didn't realize that it was going to be used as a short-term rental. But having it used this way is so much better than having another vacant house in our neighborhood. They've done a fabulous job cleaning the place up, remodeling it. It's beautiful. Look at the listing online if you haven't. And I have absolutely no issues with them using the property for income generation. The house could have been purchased and used as office space just as easily because it's big. So I have no problems with that at all. Neither do any of the other neighbors I've spoken with. Our objection lies in their willingness to have events held at the house. That's and the associated problems that can arise from that. Namely parking, noise, potentially trash, disturbances, and they do reside out of state. So dealing with any disturbances could be challenging, potentially. So, parking, as stated, there are 2 dedicated spaces in the backyard, and then there's street parking in the front. The lots in this neighborhood are narrow, so there is not a lot of street parking dedicated or that should be normally used for any one home. A couple of the neighbors have told me that when the house has been fully used by your renters, by your guests, that I've seen the street too kind of get loaded up with vehicles. And there is at least one other person on the street who sometimes has family come in and visit, and sometimes it's not frequent, but sometimes his family, they need spaces for parking. So there are times when people do need street parking on our block. And so having a short-term rental with events that a small event center can legally host up to about 60 people. That's a lot of cars. And those 2 spaces in the backyard won't hold them. So I would greatly appreciate if you just prohibited events. Other than that, I have no opposition whatsoever. And the other neighbors with whom I spoke, and there were several, none of them would have any opposition to it either. That is our concern. with this property. And I will close with that. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Monty?
Mr. Chair, regarding the issue that was brought up, the newly established short-term rental ordinance, under the development standards, and I'll quote, hosting of private parties and special events such as weddings, receptions, or any other similar gathering is not allowed in short-term rentals. So events cannot be allowed.
Thank you. We do have one card in support. I think is it Arnold Jackson or is it Earl Jackson? Would you like to speak, or are you just saying that you support the item? It's not mandatory, but we just wanted to see if you would like to.
All right. My name is Arnold Jackson Jr., and I'm glad to be here to participate in this process. Krista George is my niece, and I'm very proud of her. My main reason is supporting him is because she renovated a historical home that I have a lot of meaning to a lot of residents there, and the transformation is beautiful. And one can make the connection from the past to the present, and hopefully it will continue to the future. However, events, family coming here because we in the Caribbean is close-knit family, and events is not held often. But not only that family come there, but you even have local community residents come there to show their appreciation, and it just amazed how all this have came together. I'm very proud of her. However, with the street parking, I'm sure that the city and the owner probably need to come together and see if there's a solution. Maybe there's an off parking that could be developed where residents, people out of town could park. I mean, rather than walk down the streets. So perhaps that could be worked out. Other than that, I'm proud of the progression. I would like to see more of this continue because I can remember back in the dark days that it was nothing but, a lot of illegal activity that was going on. And to turn this around, it just give Little Rock, amazing image. And not only within the city, but around the states. And as it progressed, as she posted on the internet, nationally, internationally, you join people in. And so it's a good thing. And that's the way I see it. So with that said, I thank you for the opportunity to have me come up to speak. And let's keep building, let's keep growing, and put Little Rock even on a bigger stage where people will come to visit.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
All right, the applicant can come back up here.
I do have clarification. So I think there must be a misunderstanding as far as events or the term event. When families come when they rent the space, I ask them to let me know if there's going to be any kind of family gathering of any size so that I'm aware of any kind of activity. So I'm notified, I keep track of activities happening anyways. I haven't had any complaints from any of my guests with any type of events, but I don't promote events. I like to maintain the tranquility and peace of the neighborhood that it is. So when I think it was misused, and I actually had a blurb on my site that I don't allow events and it's not allowed through Airbnb. So I think there was a miscommunication as far as that goes. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to open the floor to any commissioners, any questions? Yes, sir.
Ma'am, do you live in the house?
I come, when I visit town, I live, but I wouldn't say live. When I visit town, I stay in the house. But I don't live in the house every day, no.
How will you manage the guests or the property when you're not in town?
How do I manage the guests?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, correct. Yeah, how will you manage the property when you're not in town?
Oh, so I have a housekeeper? I have a housekeeper? Is that what you mean? I have everything scheduled, my landscaping scheduled, my cleaning, and I come to town twice a month to check on the property.
So it's not far-fetched for an issue to happen in a short-term rental. So if you're out of town, do you have a property manager that addresses issues if something happens? Or whatever?
I have a property manager that I work with.
All right, any other questions from any other commissioners? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Can I ask one question to Ms.
Motion to
Eason?
approve.
One question to Ms. Eason. Ms. Eason, you mentioned events, correct? And I felt like Ms. George gave a very fair, clear answer that events are not approved, but you talked about parking as well.
I did, and the listing says, and I sent a letter to your email addresses.
Received it.
Some of you may have received the letter that I sent to your email address, your personal email addresses. I took a snip from the listing, and I'll read from that. It said, events, please message me to request hosting an event during your stay, and please provide details and group size. Airbnb does not allow unapproved events.
So like I was saying,
So as
I
per the
offer-
ordinance, can staff please confirm that if approved under the STR2, events will not be allowed as part of the PUD zoning?
I believe the reading has been stated, Commissioner Russell, earlier, that events are not allowed in STRs or STR2s upon any stay, upon any client or customer.
That's what I'm trying to confirm.
It's not approved, correct?
Monty, for confirmation for Commissioner Russell?
That is correct. If the STR2 is approved and events are held, the city can enforce on the property.
All right, if there's not any other questions, I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as submitted with all staff's recommendations.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Brown,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Hodges,
Yes.
Lunday,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Person,
Yes.
Samad, Vogel,
Yes.
Baxter,
Yes.
Russell,
Aye.
Vickers.
Yes.
Motion's approved.
Thank you. Thank you, applicant, for coming in tonight. Thank you all here for coming in. That was our last item for the evening. Before we adjourn, we do have I shouldn't say a special announcement, but it's one of those heartfelt announcements, and I'm going to ask Mr. Jamie Collins if he would. Can he please address the room, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna, I don't know if anybody in the commission has heard. I just want to address it if they have or haven't. But June 28th will be my last day at the city of Little Rock. It has been a pleasure serving this commission for the nearly 8 years I've been a director of planning and development, which predates several of y'all. It's been a pleasure serving y'all as a commission, answering questions, gathering information that you need, and preparing the documents. Of course, it wasn't me, it was the great staff that you have before you, which is your staff, that is Planning Commission staff. So I would just say thank you for allowing me to do that. I'm going to be still in the area, just not the Director of Planning and Development. And I thank you.
Well, a round of applause here for Mr. Collins here. And I will say this here, Jamie, on behalf of definitely the board, the commissioners, as well as the great city of Little Rock, and our citizens, man, we appreciate your hard work, your honor, your dedication to your job and your position. You will be thoroughly missed. It will definitely be a void in the Planning Commission. And so hopefully we can find somebody to at least halfway fill the shoes here. And I'm certain you have a good compadre that will take the flag and keep moving forward. So with that being said, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, was there anything else? All right.
I actually do
This
have
meeting
a
is adjourned.
question
Have a good evening.
before we adjourn.
Commissioner Russell.
I actually do have a question before we
Oh,
adjourn.
I'm sorry,
So
we have a question.
haven't-
I don't know which one was first. I think
We
Commissioner Russell, go ahead.
We haven't addressed the commission training. We had one scheduled, it was canceled, and nothing has been said about it yet. I think it's sorely needed. So I was wondering if it's on the horizon.
I have not worked on it, to be honest with you. You can, I will pass that along to the interim director, and he can work on that. The interim director is Mr. Brad Jordan.
Ooh, somebody's getting a promo.
Jeremiah, we will we'll be talking about that here in the next few weeks, and you are right. We definitely need to have the training. It is needed, and we will definitely have it this year.
Okay, great. Thanks, Brad.
All right, thank you. If there's nothing else, this meeting is adjourned.